I started recording of this meeting. In today's agenda, we have a welcome note from Craig. I'm not sure that we need to even introduce Craig. Hope he will introduce himself. Then we will have a presentation about SAP Business Application Studio, which is the next generation of Web IDE by Karen Rottenberg and Russ Cohn. Afterwards, we will have a presentation by Christoph and or Irina about SAP Cloud Platform Continuous Integration and Delivery Service. Meanwhile, after this presentation, we will have some keynote and presentation from the member of our Sydney community from Suhas, and I will not be helping him to present. He will present himself about the real-time forecasting on S4HANA based SAP SAC. And the best of the best, the new thing which is just coming to the market, Christoph and Caroline will present SAP Fiori tools, application modeler at SAP, SAP Fiori elements, and the tools which might be the successor of SAP Build or maybe not. And we will have a few minutes for the wrap up. So now the microphone goes to you, Greg. Thank you very much for joining us from Germany. We've been lucky that you're in Germany and not in the US, that you could actually participate in our Sydney time zone. The time in Sydney is 6 and 5 minutes. So it's over to you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for having me. And to be honest with you, I wish I could be there in person with everyone. I think we all would rather be in person these days than virtual, but it is the way it is. And just this worked out beautifully from a timing perspective that I was able to participate, and I'm just very thankful for being able to do that. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Craig Schmehill, and I am Vice President and Head of the SAP Community and Influencer Programs, primarily focused on engagement activities. And one of the things that we love to do is to watch all of you do amazing things like this event. So the community is what it is because of all of you who are taking that moment to get together, to share your knowledge, to share your understanding of what's going on in the SAP world with each other, and to help each of you grow is honestly, for me, what community is all about. And it's what we strive to be able to help enable and to grow worldwide. And we've often looked to Australia as being a role model in terms of the inside tracks, in terms of the Stammtisch concepts, the tech nights, the whole idea that you guys get together, you keep it casual, you keep it short, you keep it concise, but you pack it full of as much information as possible is honestly inspiring for the rest of the world as well. So whether you realize it or not, we talk about Australia on an ongoing and regular basis when we talk to other countries and other locations about community events, because you guys are, for us, one of the key enablers of how to make it done the correct way, the best way, the most engaging way. And it's just, honestly, you make community what it is. And for me, that, dealing with the online website, and especially in times of COVID where we're all stuck here in our homes and our houses, it's one of those things where it's like, how do we make the best out of this situation? And when I see events like this, I realize this is how we make the best out of it. We come together, we open it up, we break down the barriers of geolocation, and we invite everybody in. So when I was asked if I would do this, I said yes, but I'm only going to talk for a few minutes. I'm going to keep it short. I'm going to keep it concise, because for me, this event is all about all of you and giving you guys all of the opportunity to talk to each other, learn from each other, and engage with each other. And I can't thank you enough on behalf of SAP, on behalf of the community, and on behalf of our leadership. You make community awesome. So thank you. And I am going to quietly sit in the background and try to consume as much of your event as possible. But please know that, these are the types of activities that we're letting the senior leadership of SAP know is happening. And when you guys speak, we let them also know that these are great community inspiring people who are out there sharing their knowledge. So if no one minds, I will be reporting on this event to upper management. And by upper management, I do mean the board level. So we like to share this with Jurgens and Christians and Thomases and say, guys, check out what the community is talking about. Check out what they're focused on. It's an exciting thing for us to be able to share, and I know that they appreciate hearing and seeing it as well. So thank you so much for putting this together. Thank you so much for having me, and have a great event.
Thank you very much. So for this special event, we gathered, I think, the best of the best, latest SAP technologies that we are trying to include all of those technologies in our day-by-day walk. So we brought the best of the best people from SAP Labs from Israel, Germany, and even Ireland. And we'll try to include few people from the US as well, but they will present something by people from Germany as well. So it's really, nevertheless, a geolocation. We are trying to include the best of the best, the recent things which just been released to the general use. For example, SAP Business Application Studio, the next generation of Web IDE, the Fiori elements, and other things. And we will show you also what are we doing locally, utilizing real-time S/4HANA forecasting. This is what we're doing locally, utilizing your latest tool, sometimes ahead of other countries. So thank you very much for making this happen, even a few minutes of your time. That's really, really appreciated. Now the microphone is going to Karen and Russ. They are our first presenters. So you will introduce a little bit about yourself, not only about what they're going to present, if you don't mind, because we are interested to know you in person. We will be more than happy to have you locally in Sydney when the time will come.
Thank you. So hi, my name is Karen Rottenberg. Together with me is Raz Koren. I'm leading the product management team for SAP Business Application Studio and SAP Web IDE. I've been with SAP for over 16 years in different positions, from quality to development to product owner and product management, solution management, so many different positions. And I'm happy to be here to present virtually, and hopefully I'll be able to attend the event next time, actually in Sydney. So thanks for having us. Raz, I'll let you present yourself.
Hi, my name is Raz Koren, working with Karen, the product management team of the development experience of SAP Cloud Platform. We are responsible for the SAP Web IDE and the recently released SAP Business Application Studio, which is the next evolution of SAP Web IDE. I've been with SAP for more than 6 years now, with a large background on product management for a couple of decades. I'm very happy to be here and to present SAP Business Application Studio and get as much feedback as possible from your end. Karen, I think that you'll agree that we'll try to keep it a bit short in order to make room for a Q&A at the end of the session.
Yes, exactly. So the agenda for our session, I will start with introducing SAP Business Application Studio, since I'm not sure everyone has heard and knows the background. Then Raz will present a demo on how to develop a Fiori application with Business Application Studio. And then we'll continue with a few slides about comparing them. So one of the questions that we get a lot from customers. So how is it different from Web IDE? And specifically, I'll say Web IDE full stack, so that that will create a little bit of clarity, because there's also other Web IDE versions. Then I'll talk a little bit about recommendations, since we do get a lot of questions on should I migrate, should I stay with Web IDE, what should I do and when. then talk about what we have expected in the future from a roadmap perspective in the Business Application Studio, and how to get started, and leave time for questions. So let's start. I'll start by introducing the Business Application Studio. So Business Application Studio is generally available on SAP's multi-cloud environment since Q1 2020. It's available on Azure, AWS, and AliCloud, and also on the SAP Cloud Platform trial environment for test and evaluation. The product is a modern development environment that's tailored for developing business applications in an efficient manner. And the scenarios that are supported for the intelligent enterprise are scenarios like SAP Fiori development, UI5, developing SAP S/4HANA extensions, modeling workflows, and developing applications for SAP Cloud Platform mobile services. So these are the main scenarios that are supported currently, and you'll see later on in the roadmap what we have planned. The development efficiency is mainly due to high productivity tools that are available out of the box with the Business Application Studio, but also many new tools that you have not seen before inside Web IDE. So I'll start with a little bit about the motivation, and it's important to share that before we talk about the value of the Business Application Studio. So why did we come up with the Business Application Studio, since we do have SAP Web IDE today? So I'll start with the development experience. It was important for us to provide an improved development experience. Improved development experience to better address needs of full stack and cloud developers developing extensions. We understood that these types of developers, and in these scenarios, there's a need to have command line access. There's a need for better code completion and coding capabilities for Java and Node. A desktop-like experience, especially for being able to test the application. And these are the main things with regards to the experience. The second thing is a consistent experience with other IDEs that exist in the market. As you'll be able to see later on, the Business Application Studio resembles VS Code, so it actually it embraces the VS Code experience and also VS Code APIs. And we'll talk later about how this helps us in developing the Business Application Studio. So what that means from an experience perspective, that the code editors, there's a lot of things that resemble VS Code. For those of you who know VS Code, there's the Git pane, there's debugger, there's a command line and command palette. And the last is the alignment with the SAP multi-cloud strategy, so that the availability on Cloud Foundry in various hyperscalers and regions. And now I would like to go on to the value. So the value proposition, the first and most important value is the turnkey solution. This is also the biggest difference from Web IDE. So what we provide is what we call a dev space. This is like a pre-packaged environment or a virtual machine on the cloud that you can instantly spin up. And this is where you can develop, build, test, and run using pre-installed runtimes and tools. And each one of these dev spaces is suited for the development of a target scenario, like developing Fiori UI5 applications, S/4HANA extensions, mobile, and so on. Business Application Studio allows you to develop in a simplified manner. It offers an end-to-end development experience, starting from the ability to create a new project through Wizard, and then use the code editors or graphical editors for coding, then the ability to test the application, build it, debug it, and deploy it. And all this in a desktop-like experience in the cloud. That's available through the browser, so there's no need to install anything. So it's available anywhere, anytime. Business Application Studio integrates very well into SAP solutions. So that allows you to build applications that integrate with SAP services and systems, so that you can connect, for example, through API Hub, to SAP systems in the cloud on-premise for consuming data, for deploying the application. And also it supports SAP technologies like SAP UI5, SAP Fiori, SAP Cloud Application Programming Model or CAP, and also non-SAP technologies or open source like JavaScript, OData, Java, and Node. From a productivity perspective, we provide various tools inside Business Application Studio to accelerate the productivity like wizards and templates and optimized code editors for SAP technologies, graphical editors, and the ability to debug, deploy. And also one of the things that is new is the ability to test an application locally inside the dev space with the runtime that is running inside that dev space to allow fast dev and test cycles instead of having to deploy the application every time to test that. And that also includes mock data so that you can test the application with mock instead of with the service itself. The Business Application Studio is built on open source and various industry standards, and that's what makes it a modern environment. And we'll talk more about what makes it use open source. I'll talk about the open sources and standards that we use later on. So moving on to the key use cases, I've mentioned that, but just to kind of give you a frame of that. So the first is building web applications with Fiori and UI5. The ability this is building new applications, also the ability to extend Fiori and UI5 applications and also extend S/4HANA solutions, then the ability to create serverless extensions and to develop applications using the SAP Cloud Platform Workflow Management, the ability to create mobile applications using the mobile extensions, and moving forward toward end of year, we will also have the ability to develop SAP HANA native applications. Now, going one step deeper to kind of show you the big picture of the Business Application Studio. So as I mentioned, you can access it through the browser. So you can see that on top. And then you see the Business Application Studio in the middle with the dev spaces. You can see here an example of the Fiori dev space. So each developer actually gets multiple dev spaces that they can create and run. And in this example, you can see the Fiori dev space where we have the file system where the code is stored. And we recommend to connect it to a Git source code repository to store the code. Then the development environment, this is the IDE. This is based on an open source called Eclipse Thea, and this is what makes it resemble VS Code. Then the extensions that are available per scenario. So for this example for Fiori, we have the layout editor, the graphical editor, the SAP UI5 libraries with various versions, and also the language services for SAP UI5, providing code completion, IntelliSense, and so on. In addition to that, when you create the dev space, you can also add additional extensions like workflow or other ones that you'll see later on in the demo, so that you can create the dev space to suit your scenario. Then during the development and also later while testing, your application can consume data and services coming from various sources. So from the on-premise, from SAP Cloud Platform, and also from other places on the internet, and that you can see on the right-hand side. Then once you're done developing, you can either test your application locally on a simulated runtime or with mock data, and then you can deploy your application to the cloud. You can also deploy it to Cloud Foundry, to SAP Cloud Platform ABAP environment, to S/4HANA Cloud, or to the on-premise ABAP. And now I want to show you another aspect of the dev spaces. So once you'll see the screen inside Business Application Studio that asks you what type of application you'd like to create, this is the place where you define actually your dev space. So we have a few dev space types that you can see here. And each one of these dev spaces actually holds, like I mentioned before, the IDE. And you can see the differences between the dev spaces. So let's take an example of the cloud, the middle one, the Cloud Business Application Dev Space. You can see that here the IDE comes with language services also for Java, Node, and XML. It also holds templates and different tools for developing applications like CDS tools, MTA, SQL, and other tools. And also each one of the dev spaces have the ability to test locally, includes environment capabilities inside the environment itself to build and to run, like command line tools, tools to connect to Cloud Foundry. And also the ability to connect to various service catalogs. In the future, what we would like to also allow is the option to customize the dev space so that you can create your custom dev space template for developers in the team so that everyone in the team will have the same dev space. And that's based on one of the dev spaces that you can see that we provide out of the box. And now let's move on to the demo so you can see it in action. And Raz, I'll pass it to you.
And thanks, Raz. Meanwhile, somebody already asked you the question and Raz provided an answer.
Yes, and I'd like to, Andre, I'd like to extend a bit. You should expect the capability to support like a community extensions very soon in the near future. I think that I wanted to check the help, but we'll probably do it a bit later to see if we already integrated some guidelines on having your own extensions within your organization. But for additional extensions, what we have in mind is as Karen mentioned, the Business Application Studio is based on Eclipse Thea open source. And as part of this project, they have their own extension registry called OpenVSX. You can already look it online. It's available. I heard that they have around something around 600 extensions already. And this is the marketplace or registry of extensions that we plan to integrate with. Just to complement the answer that I provided you.
Raz, we need to see you. Actually, people complaining they could see me. They could see me even locally, but could you please share your screen?
Of course, now it's the time to share my screen.
So what I understand, we already got the beta site. If you don't have this capability yet, the first thing we will need to test it with Andre in Sydney. Please keep in mind.
Okay.
And Craig is on call. He could organize from SAP Global Board view expenses coverage for the tickets. We have a beta site, Craig. That's why this community is training for the latest capabilities of SAP Business Application Studio. Okay.
Okay, so let's jump to the demo. I'll probably use two landscapes. One will be the factory landscape, which is a standard customer and partner landscape that can be used productively. And what you currently see on your screen, and Adi, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. So what you can currently see is the trial environment or trial landscape which can be used in order to evaluate Business Application Studio for those who are not using it, or those who use SAP Web ID and would like to evaluate whether they should move to the Business Application Studio. And Karen will talk about it later in the session. So of course, first of all, I'd like to show how you can get to the Business Application Studio, and then we'll use it in a very simple application, SAP Fiori application development scenario. I log into my trial account, and actually by creating a new trial account, this is something relatively new. So if you don't have a trial account, you'll have here a button to create a trial account. And as part of creating a trial account on the Cloud Foundry environment of SAP Cloud Platform, the Business Application Studio is auto-subscribed, and all the admin procedures that need to be made in order to be able to access it is already done behind the scene. This is something that is relatively new for the last month or two. Assuming that you already have it's for new trial accounts from the last couple of months. So assuming that you have a new trial account, you have this link to access the Business Application Studio directly, or you can, if you have older trial accounts, you can go into the trial account, into the trial sub-account, and here in the subscriptions pane, you'll be able to find SAP Business Application Studio. By the way, I just recreated my trial account earlier today. So now all I need to do is to click Go to Application. And what I'll get is, after all the different disclaimers, I'll get my DevSpace Manager. My recommendation is, of course, to bookmark this page for easy access. As you can see, this is a completely new trial account, completely new Business Application Studio. I have nothing here. The first thing that we need to do in order to start the development is to create a dev space. And as Karen mentioned, a dev space is tailored for developing for a specific development scenario. So I'll create dev space, and I have here 4 types of dev space for different development scenarios. Basic, which is like a very generic one. And you can see here on the right-hand side the type of the extensions that are available within the SAP Business Application Studio. So you can see those that are coming built in as part of the dev space creation, and those you can enable as part of the dev space creation. And of course, there are different extensions per dev space per development scenario. We're going to use the SAP Fiori dev space. I'll call it Demo Fiori. I'm not going to enable any additional extension for this demo. What we can see here, we can see that we have the ability to create adaptation projects. In the past, we called it the SAP Fiori extension projects. So you could take an SAP delivered Fiori application and extend it, either add or remove UI elements, as well as change the control logic. We have freestyle tools. We have the SAP Fiori tools, which will be discussed later in a later session on SAP Fiori elements. And we have the freestyle capabilities and so on. So I'll create the dev space. As soon as I create a dev space, it tries to start. And why do I say try to start? In the trial environment, you are limited to define 2 dev spaces, and only one of them can run at a time. Since I have now only one dev space, it immediately goes into the starting status, and within a couple of minutes will move into the running. It will be running, and I will be able to access the dev space. Again, I'd like to reiterate what Karen mentioned. A dev space is like a virtual machine in the cloud. So it's actually creating, it will enable me to access my like virtual machine and see all my development environment with a lot more access than what you were used to with SAP Web IDE. And we will see it in just a moment. So perhaps I'll just jump to my factory account. And so this is my factory account, and this is, and you can see here one of the differences between a trial account and a factory account. In a factory account, each developer, and I emphasize it, each developer can generate up to 10 dev spaces, and up to 2 of the dev spaces can be in the running status. So this is one of the differences between a trial account and a factory account. So my dev space is running. We can see that the hyperlink is now active, and I can see that it's based on the SAP Fiori dev space type. Perhaps a couple of additional comments here. Of course, I can stop the dev space, I can start the dev space, I can delete the dev space, I can download all the dev space content and create a new dev space and load it there and so on. So everything that's related to managing the dev space management is done through the dev space manager page. So I log into go into my dev space, to my development environment. And a tour of the development environment. So of course I have the top menu bar like any other modern IDE. Again, this is very similar. It has a very similar experience as the VS Code IDE. On the left-hand side, I have various panes that I can open, and we will see some of them as part of the demo. For now, this is as an example. Here I have the Explorer pane open, and I can, of course, close it. The main part is a series of tabs that I can use for development. On the right-hand side, I have the outline capability that helps during the development. And at the bottom part, I have the status bar, which helps me by providing a lot of information very easily. For example, I can see that I'm not connected to my Cloud Foundry environment. I can see that currently I have no problems in my project. I have no projects basically. I can see what notifications I have. So for example, I can see that everything is ready and I can enjoy my work. And also the background color of the status bar provides me additional information. For example, this kind of magenta color tells me that I have no workspace open, and we will discuss it in just a few moments. The application that we are going to develop is a very simple application that will provide me information, provide me a list of business partners from my backend. And I'm going to target the application to run on the Cloud Foundry runtime and connect to an on-premise S4 or ECC. It doesn't really matter as long as I have an OData endpoint to connect to. So I can start the application development in various ways. I can clone from Git an existing project or start from scratch. I can use a wizard very similar to SAP Web IDE, and this is the method that we are going to use in this demo. And I can also run a wizard, character-based wizard using the YO framework from the CLI. We will see the CLI in just a few moments as well. So I'll start the application development, and the wizard is loading. I'm going to use a freestyle application. As I mentioned, later on there will be a session on SAP Fiori Elements, and they will use the Fiori Elements type of applications. But we're going to show the freestyle. And you can see here that I can develop for the Cloud Foundry environment as well as for an ABAP environment. So those of you that there are many questions whether if the Business Application Studio supports development for on-premise systems. So we have full support. So it means that we can connect to on-premise data sources, but we can also develop applications and deploy them back to my on-premise ABAP system. But in this demo, we're going to use the Cloud Foundry environment as the runtime environment. Various templates that I can use to develop my application, a couple of work list templates, the famous master detail, and I'm going to use the basic SAP UI5 application template. Just providing a very simple name for my application, for my project, basically. HTML5 application runtime app router. You can see that there are actually two options. Best practice will be to use the Managed by SAP Cloud Platform, but for simplicity, I'm going to use the standalone app router option. If you want, you can find a lot of information, documentation, and blogs on what is the app router and how to use it. On the web, it's very easy to find all this information. I'm going to change a bit some of the defaults. By the way, and we're not going to use authentication again for simplicity, and also no karma test for simplicity as well. We are going to show a list of suppliers. This will be the end result of our of this development, and I'm going to connect to my data service. So what kind of sources of information can I have? I can connect to SAP Cloud Platform ABAP environment. This is the ABAP Cloud system. Workspace is if I develop a CAP application that exposes an OData service, I can connect to it and develop a Fiori application for it. Local is usually used for mock data, for development using a mock server and mock data. You connect to API Business Hub. My SAP system and allows me to connect to on-premise SAP system as well as internet OData services. So I'm going to use my SAP systems, and what I'm getting here is the list of options are all the destinations that are configured in my cockpit, in my destination cockpit, where in the sub account where the Business Application Studio was launched from. So I'm going to use the ES5, which is a well-known public gateway available by SAP. So you can test SAP system using the ES5 backend. Anyone can register to ES5, and there are blogs and tutorials that describe how to do it. And now I receive a list of services that are available from ES5, so I can browse through them, or I can just filter the one that I want to use. I'm going to use the GW Sample Basic that contains a list of business partners. And this is exactly what I'm going to use. And now in the background, my project is being created. And best practice is to open the project in a new workspace. So now the Business Application Studio reloads, and I don't know if you noticed, but the status bar background color changed from the magenta to blue. Blue means that my workspace is now open, and I can actually see my Explorer pane. I can see all my files, and I can do the development work. And since you are familiar with SAP Fiori, you can see here that this is a very standard SAP Fiori file structure, where I have within my HTML5 module, which is called Business Partners, I have the web app folder with all the resources of the HTML5 modules. And what you can see here that, for example, I have the metadata of ES5 that was fetched as part of the wizard that I ran. And we're going to check the view. So I didn't want to click it. I wanted to open it with the layout editor. And those of you familiar with SAP with Web IDE will feel right at home. It has the same look and feel as the SAP Web IDE layout editor. In parallel, I would like to open it also in code and drag it down here so we can see both of them together. Just down a bit. And you'll be able to see that basically every operation that I'm doing, every development work that I'm doing in the layout editor will be immediately reflected in the code editor and vice versa. But I'm going to use only the layout editor now. So I'm going to add a list. As I said, we're going to develop an application that shows a list of suppliers. So I dragged and drop the list, and you can see here that immediately I have here now a list in the code. So whatever I do with the layout editor, I can also do, those who feel more comfortable using code editors can do it in the code editor. And I'm going to bind my list to the backend. You can see the entity set. Sometimes it opens if I narrow it down. So you don't see all the options, and you need either to scroll this area, just take it like that. We want the third option and connect it to the business partner set collection and bind it. And now I'm going to add some additional information from my backend. I want the business partner name and ID as part of the application. See how easy it is to use all the filters, clicks. You can see that everything was updated. So I have here the binding to the business partner, and as part of the standard list item control, everything that I did is also available on the code editor. So assuming that now I completed my development work, I would like to test run my application and make sure that it works fine. For this, I have the run configuration pane, and I can create multiple run configurations for any application that I develop. So I'm going to use to create a run configuration for the business partner's HTML5 module. If I had multiple HTML5 modules, I would have a list here that I need to choose one from. I can run either the application itself or various testing frameworks, like running with mock or OPARC unit tests. We'll go with the standard. I can decide which UI5 version I want to test the application with. I'll choose the latest. And I can set a name for my run configuration, so I can distinguish between the multiple run configurations that I can have here in the run configuration pane. So let's just call it Fiori demo BP ES5. And I can see it here. And one last thing that I need to do before I can use the run configuration is to bind the resource to actual resources. And in this specific application, I only have a destination resource that I need to bind to. If, for example, I would have included authentication, I would have had here an additional line for a UAA service that I need to bind to as well. But as I mentioned, for simplicity, I try to keep it very simple, just for the demo. I'm clicking here in order to bind this run configuration to one of my destinations. I'll choose the S5, and I'm ready to test my application. Clicking on the run button, and immediately I move to the debugging mode. First of all, some dependencies need to be installed. And this is done only for the first time that I test run the application. The application is run, we call it that it runs locally. Locally means that it runs inside the dev space. And you can see that now the application is running. I move to the debug pane, and also the background color of the status bar changed to some sort of orange, which means that I'm in a debug session. I can expose and open my application, give some kind of description, and my application is now running, and I can see that I got the data from the backend. I'm kind of happy from the result, and I think that I completed my development work. Perhaps just one small thing. I'll open. Let's call it just for the example, new title, and run it again. We want to show you how fast it is. This is one of the strengths of our differentiators when comparing to SAP WebID. You can see that it's already available. So the dev test cycles are very, very fast. You can see here that it uses the new title, which is very important for us during development time to have very fast cycles of the dev test. And now I'm ready to test it on the actual runtime, which is the Cloud Foundry space. And for this, I'll demo also the terminal capabilities. So I'm opening a terminal. I can do it with a shortcut key, just like I did right now, or I can always use terminal, new terminal, and I have the terminal opened within my project folder. So you can perform various type of operations. Basically, it's Linux, Unix OS behind the scenes. And the first thing, in order to deploy it to my Cloud Foundry environment, is to build the application. So I'm running an MBT build, where the target is CF. So the build is kind of fast. This is why I'm also demoing it. The deploy takes a bit longer, several minutes. So this is a step that we will skip and go immediately to the Cloud Foundry environment. So meanwhile, while the build is taking place, as you probably saw, we haven't logged into the Cloud Foundry environment yet. So we need to go into the Cloud Foundry environment, and for this, we will launch the command palette. So it's another tool that we have. So some background about the tooling. We started the development of Business Application Studio with the professional developer in mind, meaning everything starts with command line implementation. And this is like built from 3 layers. So the basic layer is the command line capability. So every new capability starts with the option to use command line to execute it. On top of it, we have the command palette, which is a very small text-based wizard that guides us through the execution of the command, asks us for it's interactive, asks us for inputs where it needs, and then executes the command. And on top of that, for a lot of capabilities, we also introduced high productivity tools like context menus, visual editors, and so on to make the work much faster and easier. So I'm going to find a command. So it's very easy. All the CF commands start with CF, and you can see here a list of the CF commands that are available. I need to choose my CF login. I want to log into the Cloud Foundry environment. I'm going to get an error, by the way. I'm telling you in advance. This is the way that my account is set up. So you can see that it's interactive. And I get an error because of the way that my account is set up. So I need to do it in a different way. I get an authentication code. So it's the platform is very secure. I hope that I typed it correctly. Okay, and now I'm going to use option number 2 and space number 23. So I connected to DevX organization, wing testing space, and you can see that it reflects here at the bottom left of the screen. Now, as I mentioned, I'm going to skip the deployment step itself and go directly to my Cloud Foundry environment. Here it is. Okay, you can see here that I'm now going into my DevX organization. And within the DevX organization, I'm going to find my wing testing space to where I already deployed the application. And we can see here the application that is already deployed and running using the standalone app router. If it was a managed by SAP app router, it would have been accessed a bit differently. So I'm running my app router. And what I need to tell the app router, I need to tell it what I want the app router to fetch for me. And it is the business partners HTML5 module. And we can see that it runs smoothly on the target runtime. One more thing that might be very interesting, of course, as Karen mentioned in the preface, we recommend to use Git as the source code management system. And Git also is a way for a Business Application Studio to integrate with SAP Cloud Platform continuous integration and delivery service. By pushing to Git, you can trigger a pipeline. And this is something that you'll hear about from Christoph and Irina in the next session. So basically, this is the end of the presentation. And if there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
First of all, thank you very much, Raz. So it's just an awesome presentation. Let's see. We had no question in the chat. I think people just astonished seeing this business application studio. Maybe they just in shock comparing this to WebIDE. So meanwhile, I will tell a personal story about 2 or 3 years ago when I've seen WebIDE and I've seen the simplicity, how it works. I came to Australian market back from my visit to Waldorf. So I passed SAP Labs in Israel, and I've seen your presentation over there. And I thought, okay, we have greatest studio, but we probably don't have local resources who could use this studio. And it's so simple. I created in Victoria University, Sydney campus, a course that we are running this course to teach students how to use WebIDE and create their own apps. So we don't just grow the community, and we run a number of the events in the campus itself when it was possible, but we also created a bunch of people who could just join the market and use the studio. What I've seen comparable between WebIDE and the new business application studio, in WebIDE you have more automated options when you could deploy things. Here it's probably business application studio oriented to more experienced developers. Is it something in mind, or just a working process from your perspective when you will extend business application studio to more automated possibilities how to deploy things comparable to WebIDE? What's in the roadmap?
Yeah, Adi, so exactly what you mentioned, that's in the works. So the first thing was to start with, providing the capabilities that we need to have, for being able to deploy, so that you can do that through the command line. And as Raz mentioned, there's few abilities to deploy, so through the command line, command palette. And so the capability to deploy through right click is in the works. So we're working on something that will be called the deployment center, and that will allow you to deploy similar to in WebIDE. We're working on a lot of those capabilities. I've just gone out of a few meetings a few minutes ago that I've seen a lot of these automated capabilities that you're talking about. So yeah, look for it soon. We'll publish a blog to share these capabilities.
I think you're on the second ticket. This is the question to Craig. You have another beta site in Sydney with about 60 students looking for those capabilities for Business Application Studio as well. Thank you so much. We have more questions in the chat. So we have a question: how can we have trial access to use alone? So I've seen you provided the slide, which we will share with all participants of this event, and number of the blogs explaining how to do it. Next question is, does it support Data Explorer?
So all the capabilities that are related to HANA native development, this is actually the only scenario that's available in WebIDE and that has not been added yet to Business Application Studio. So this is coming. This will, the plan is to have it around end of year. You can develop HANA applications with Business Application Studio, and I can share later. The blog that I shared, the info blog, actually includes everything. So it also includes some videos by Thomas Young on how to develop with Business Application Studio, how to develop HANA applications. It's a little bit more difficult because you need to install things on your own. But those, tools that you are aware of from WebIDE to create calculation views and database. So a lot of this will come with all the HANA capabilities. So keep in mind that this is going to come all together, and we'll share that as well. I see another question about personal edition. So if you can keep that question for a few minutes, I'll share that in the roadmap. So I'll be happy to talk about that as well. And regarding the trial, we'll share a link. So the trial for Cloud Foundry includes Business Application Studio. You can add that and start using it. We also have a few tutorials in the tutorial center. So you can try the tutorials on how to develop applications with Business Application Studio and how to get started with it.
So we have a number of the things in the pipeline, and definitely more than 2 beta sites. So that's just showing how our developers here in Sydney advance. We're eager to use the latest and greatest from your side. So please share with participants of our forum all things if you're releasing something. And from our side, we will keep watching your blogs. There's the functionality. You could just put the watch functionality under the name. So Karen and Russ probably the right people to watch the new things.
Yeah, you can also follow the tag called Business Application Studio in the community. So all our blogs will be tagged to it. And also the info blog that I provided in the beginning will include everything. So we'll update it with all the blogs that we have.
Thank you so much.
So Adi, if it's okay, I'll continue with the session. So if I can share again. And while I do that, probably I see Raz answering questions. So that's great. Okay. So I hope you can see my screen again. Can you see?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So one of the questions that comes up a lot is the difference between Business Application Studio and Web IDE. So I want to emphasize the main differences. So the first thing to start from is the availability. So the Business Application Studio is available on the multi-cloud or Cloud Foundry environment, whereas Web IDE Full Stack is available on Neo. The deployment target, so from Business Application Studio, you can deploy applications to 4 different environments, to Cloud Foundry, to ABAP on-premise, to the Cloud Platform ABAP environment, and to SAP S/4HANA Cloud. In Web IDE Full Stack, you have the ability to deploy to Cloud Foundry, to the ABAP on-premise, and to the Neo environment. That means that all the development of applications for the Neo stack, if you're developing applications that need to be deployed to the SAP Cloud Platform Neo environment, you should continue using Web IDE for that, because in Business Application Studio, we do not support that currently. From a solution perspective, the main difference is the dev spaces. This whole concept of instantly spinning up a quote-unquote virtual machine. This is the major difference between Web IDE, and this really allows you a lot more control over the environment, over your code. Like Raz mentioned, you can extend your dev space. You can install tools today through command line from NPM. You can soon be able to install also from a marketplace of extensions. So that's kind of a huge marketplace, an open source marketplace with over 600 extensions that you can add to your dev space. And also the ability that will come to create your own custom dev space. In Web IDE, this was limited because we have our own proprietary extension capabilities, so it was really limited to developers who created their own extensions for Web IDE Full Stack. From an experience perspective, it's similar to VS Code. So it looks like VS Code and has similar capabilities. It's desktop-like with the dev space concept, including the local test run, terminal, and code editors. And it's also available through the browser. And from a persona perspective, with the Business Application Studio, we can better support additional personas. So support more pro coders, developers who would like to develop cloud and full stack applications with command line and require Java and Node code editors. With that, we can also support additional personas. Because of the DevSpace concept, it allows us to really create an environment that is suited for an experience of a certain persona. So that will allow us to extend the Business Application Studio to more personas. And from an open source perspective, I mentioned we're using a lot of open sources and standards that exist in the industry. What's important here is this will actually allow us to add to Business Application Studio very quickly additional capabilities that exist in the market. So for example, new capabilities or new technologies that exist. The fact that this is based on an extension mechanism like VS Code allows us to integrate these capabilities very easily. In WebIDE, we actually developed a lot of these capabilities ourselves as capabilities like search or other capabilities. And now that we get these from the market, they're similar to what exists in other IDEs. And also this gives us the ability to actually focus on the SAP capabilities. So that's the major difference. Maybe one more thing that I would like to mention from for Cloud Foundry. So anyone that's developing applications for Cloud Foundry, I would say Business Application Studio is a lot more suited for Cloud Foundry development. The fact that we have this local like test run ability, the fact that there are Cloud Foundry tools, so to allow you to log in, to bind many additional capabilities through the Cloud Foundry tools, the command line. So all of this is a lot more suited for developing applications for Cloud Foundry. And with that, I want to talk about the recommendations since I saw some questions about that. So let me start by saying that our recommendation is for customers to start and try out Business Application Studio. It's available on the trial environment, and we'll provide you all the links so that you can try it out. For new customers, we do recommend to start with the Business Application Studio since it supports all the scenarios as in WebIDE, excluding the HANA native development. And for existing WebIDE customers, we recommend to try Business Application Studio to evaluate it. And of course, there's the ability to migrate. So there's 2 blogs that are available already on how to migrate. Most of the migration is pretty much through Git, but for some of the new tools to work, there's some minor changes that need to be made in a few files. But with that, I want to also mention that you can continue to use WebIDE. So WebIDE is not being sunset or anything. It is available. It is supported for productive usage. So that's an important point. And with that, I want to move on to the roadmap, where I just want to highlight a few important things. So there's a lot of capabilities that were already shared in Q2 and Q3. So I think it's important to mention the Fiori tools that are available for developing Fiori elements. There are the Fiori Launchpad integration, mobile and workflow, serverless, and also recently the Fiori adaptation, so the ability to extend Fiori application that was also released. You can see that here on Q3. The ability to deploy applications to the ABAP cloud environment and to the S4 cloud, testing applications with Karma, and also developing Fiori Freestyle on top of the applications developed with the cloud application programming model. What we have for the future is planned is the HANA native development. Also for the CAP scenario, we are working on adding application modeling through Storyboard and also guided development, which is like an interactive guide taking you through the steps to develop an application. We have planned consumption of cloud platform services like audit logging, metering, XSUA. We're also working on a new welcome page that will include also a lot more links and also recent applications that you've developed. a deployment center. So that's something that Adi, you mentioned before. So we're working on that so that you can deploy very easily through the deployment center. Some improvements for Git to make it easier to use Git. So we've been requested that from customers that were using WebIDE and use the Git pane in WebIDE. And for the future, we're working on making the dev space advanced so that you can customize the dev space to create your own template. Additional integrations with the SAP Cloud Platform CI/CD service. And also a personal edition, which I saw a question about that one. So we are working on creating that in the future. That means that you will be able to take the dev space and install it locally on your laptop. So with that, I'll move on to how to get started. So here are a few links that you can use to try out the Business Application Studio. There's a tutorial here, a link to a tutorial on developing an application with the Business Application Studio and how to license it through consumption subscription or go to the SAP store. And for partners, it's also available. So it's available as an add-on service. You can look into the links here and see how you can add it to the services that you have. If you have any questions, we'll be happy to help you on that. So we've also included our email. And to learn more, we also have a homepage. This is our community page that's available here. A few videos and a central blog, which I mentioned and provided a link. So I think we should go to questions, if there's any more questions.
I think we had a number of the questions in the chat. Also, Raz answered a number of the questions as well. If anyone would like to repeat the question, feel free. It's very open discussion. Sunil is asking, will we get CDS preview or secure console that we have in Eclipse? Raz or Karen, would you like to answer this question?
Yeah, so that I'll need to take a look at. So we don't have that currently on the roadmap. What we do have in the CAP dev space, we have the ability to create, to use CDS in a graphical manner. I need to take a look and see exactly what Sunil, what you're looking for. And then we'll be able to look into that and get back to you on that one. Regarding
I received, I checked it online with one of our colleagues, and the answer I got is that through the integration with the Database Explorer, we'll get the SQL console as well.
Okay, great.
And for CDS, the Business Application Studio is going to be used for SAP HANA Cloud. And in this context, CDS is not supported anymore. So this is a bit off our area of expertise. So I'm just quoting without a lot of real knowledge behind it.
What's important to mention is that a lot of the capabilities that are available in Business Application Studio are developed by other teams inside SAP. So we're working with the SAP UI5 team, the Fiori team, the team responsible for CAP, for HANA, for mobile, for workflow. With all these teams, they're actually developing these capabilities on top of the Business Application Studio. In some cases, we reach out to them to see what is their roadmap in developing tools on top of the Business Application Studio. So just to keep that in mind. I see here some questions about migrating or moving. So in general, the migration is through Git. So you can clone the Git repository. And the idea is that that's the major thing that you would need to use. But we did create 2 blogs because, as I mentioned, there are some new capabilities in Business Application Studio or new tools that in order to be able to use them, that there are some changes that you need to make in some files. So I'll share the link for the Fiori migration. And if you have any questions, we'll be happy if you can reach out to us. So we have this mailbox, or you can also ask questions in the community or comment to the blog. So I'll provide all the information.
You can actually find the migration blogs and a lot of additional blogs and tutorials and video recordings in the homepage of the Business Application Studio. I'm just writing it down. So yeah, I just shared the link, and you can go there, and according to the specific development scenario, you can find a lot of information, such as the migration blogs.
Okay, I also share the migration blog for Fiori development. And any other questions that we missed?
If we missed any one question, just
for Ramon Lee, yes, the templates in Business Application Studio are available. Probably a few might be missing, but we're catching up very fast. So if, for example, for a CAP, which you mentioned, if you create a business application, a cloud application programming model dev space, you'll get there the relevant templates and wizards.
all right, everyone. Thank you very much, Raz and Karen, for this fascinating presentation. So we come to 7:20. We have a break for 10 minutes, but it's also the session that we could ask additional questions to Raz and Karen. From my experience, what I found, it's interesting that if you'll provide a specific code, if we could create an incident in Solution Manager and receive an official through the official channel, some of the answers from you guys, if you have this code that we could create an incident officially to the SAP channel. So all the questions will come to you. Also, the knowledge base will be created behind the scenes. And before we'll create an incident with the question, maybe some previous answer will appear this as well. This helps a lot, and also this creates an official answer from SAP. Sometimes you're saying it's in the pipeline, but it's not officially yet confirmed. Once we create an incident, this will be an official answer. This really helped to us to showcase to our stakeholders what is in the pipeline.
Okay.
Adi, are you referring to the SAP support portal?
That's right. Yes.
Okay, so it's documented in the Business Application Studio help developers guide. So I've just pasted the link to this specific page.
Awesome. So if you have a question, from my experience, if you're trying to create an incident in the support portal and somebody already asked a similar question and received an official answer, this will pop up. And it will be through the general SAP notes type of communications. and it's really helpful. We also could find all the blogs in the same place, all the official product information, all the links. I believe you have kind of a wiki page for this product as well, when we could find all the links all together.
Yeah, I shared it previously. This is the homepage of the Business Application Studio. It's a topic in SAP community.
That's great. Is answering your question, Ramon? Who else asked a similar question? Yep. So thanks from Ramon, thanks from everyone. And this is the time for a small break. So let's again thank our presenters from SAP Labs. I think it's really fascinating what is happening, and what is not less important, we found at least 3 beta sites for the latest development that we're eager to implement and introduce to our customers. So we are on totally different side of the world, very far from where you are. But I don't know, is the only positive side effect of COVID-19 situation that we could have you remotely in this presentation, and you could extend your reach to Sydney. And we've seen also some people from Canberra also join our conversation today. And this is the time to thank to Simon Kemp, who started those events in Sydney. He escaped to Canberra, our capital, but we see this community is going and growing with additional people, and people from Canberra also joining us. Simon mentioned that since we usually wrapping up our sessions going to the pub, and we could not go to the pub because we are participating in our remote session, he will go to the pub in Borough, and we'll have a few beers on our behalf. He will send a photo, and I promised everyone to share his photo drinking beer for all of us. So let's just, I would say, applause to him to start this community, and we are trying to keep this alive. Oh, we have also people from Melbourne. Sorry, Phil. Of course, we have a Melbourne session, amazing session that we had last month, and let's say that our hearts with Victorians, as you probably heard in Australia, we had COVID-19 extreme situation in Victoria, comparable to our state. So very welcome, Phil, from Victoria. That's really great that you could join our session, and you're welcome also to invite our presenters to your session. I'm sure in Melbourne you have less, maybe even more developers that will be interested in our content. As I mentioned, I'm running Victoria University, which is the Melbourne-based university, but Sydney campus, Web IDE and build and RZSAP tools sessions to mentor our new generation of the developers. So what folks will you prefer? Because I planned a few minutes for questions, Q&A session, but I think all potential questions been answered, and we received all the links. So our presenters welcome to stay with us, and we are heading to our next presenters in few minutes. Then SAP Cloud Platform Continuous Integration and Delivery Service will be presented by Christoph and Irina, and they will present it in about 3 minutes. So meanwhile, this is the coffee, tea, whatever else break for anyone. If you have any questions, just shoot it through either chat or just voice your questions. But I really appreciate Karen and Russ for this presentation. This is just awesome. Some of us seen your presentation to totally different audience. And as you could remember, the level of the questions was totally different. So I believe that our professional developers community is your target audience. Probably you need to present ours more, and maybe by end of the year or maybe beginning of the next year, share with us the news, what is happening with Business Application Studio. There is some interest, but also you need to take into consideration that some of the customers already purchased WebID, and they're all thinking about the transition, but maybe this will not happen from one day to another. Maybe we'll run both WebID and Business Application Studio in parallel for some time, just to see the cons and pros.
Yeah, actually, we have a lot of customers doing that. So we have a lot of customers that have developers that are using, some of the developers are using Business Application Studio, others are using WebID. And we see that this transition happening as customers grow and use more and more developers using Business Application Studio and less in WebID. And I assume also that once we have also the HANA native development inside Business Application Studio around end of year, that will also bring a lot more developers. I think at this point, the important thing is really to try it out. So go to the trial landscape and try it out. And that's our biggest recommendation for now.
And this is the real and right place to provide this recommendation. I'm sure after this session, you will have 30 plus new trial users.
Great.
Thank you very much again. And I would like to provide a microphone and the scene to Christoph or Irina. Would you like me to share one of your screens? Oh, you could share yourself. Oh, that's great. So if you could just present yourself.
Yes, sure.
Just in few words, introduce yourself to student community. Thank you very much for accepting our logo. This is great. So we hope that you will see our best of the best and greatest breach in person in the nearest future.
Cool. So yeah, I liked it. It was kind of a little boring, so I put up your logo on the slide deck, which we use a lot. Yeah, thanks a lot for having us. Yeah, let's start with a short introduction. So my name is Christoph Szymanski. I've been working on CI/CD related topics basically for, I don't know, 10, 15 years. As long as I'm at SAP as well, I'm in a team that is providing services in that context. So Irina and I, we have been working on supporting SAP internal development teams with all kinds of services. So our department has offered, you know, a huge build server farm for all kinds of product development at SAP. So basically everything except ABAP, I think. We have been hosting source code management systems. We have taken care that SAP development teams can use a easy to use, compliant, secure development process to create great products. So this is what we have been doing for some time. I've been working in that field as developer, Scrum Master, product owner, in all kinds of capacities, and I'm really happy to be here. And I hand over for Irina to a short introduction if you want to do it now.
Yes, thanks, Christoph. So basically, my name is Irina. As Christoph mentioned, I am working in the same team, engineering and delivery services, who are part of SAP Cloud Platform. I'm product expert in this team. Our team, as Christoph also mentioned, is focusing on continuous integration and delivery topics. In this team, I'm responsible for the customer engagement initiatives, participating in influence sessions, in many customer workshops to help them setting up continuous integration and delivery processes for their SAP technologies. I am with SAP for 20 years now, quite a lot of time. I have joined in 2000 in Bulgaria and moved to Germany in 2002. I had also multiple roles within SAP, started as a developer, I was product owner, and now in this role, product expert. Happy to be here and part of this event for the first time. Thanks for the invitation.
Yeah, I think it's our first event in Australia, right?
Yes, it is.
Yes. So really happy to be here. Okay, let's get started. Cloud Platform Continuous Integration and Delivery. That's yeah, quite a title. I had some issues with that because when you productize, you're thinking about something short and snappy, but actually continuous integration and delivery or continuous integration and delivery service really says it all. And before we start looking into our service offering and the product we provide and a couple of other topics, I just want to maybe take two angles how I usually approach the topic. I've been told that we have quite a developer kind of crowd here, so I keep this rather short, but still I want to share that when I started off, we've been really living in a world where my product owners or project lead at the time really told me a couple of times, never change the running system. And that has fundamentally changed. At that time, I remember never change the running system was actually a good advice because yeah, changing the system was a hard thing, right? We didn't have the safety net. We didn't have, or we had very limited test automation capabilities. There was, when you had the delivery or deployments, there was only one guy who really knew how to, tweak the one thing in the database that had to be changed every time when you did a deployment and all these kind of things. I remember I was super reluctant to deploy something on a Friday. I was reluctant to deploy in the afternoon. And yeah, at that point in time, that seemed like normal, right? But we're moving into a world where, of course, we want to change as often as possible because not changing has become a risk because competition and technology and change has become so fast-paced that we really need to keep up, right? If we don't change often, we lose the opportunity to get some feedback from our customers, right? To get some feedback from the end users, to try out something, to validate that we are working on the right priorities, right? So we want to deliver often, but we also need to do that in a safe and sustainable way, right? So that is something that continuous integration, continuous delivery, as part of a set of agile practices are taken care of. Another interesting thing that is from a paper that is called DevOps Research and Assessment. I provide a link here that is looking at what characteristics identify successful teams and organizations, right? And successful or high performance here means that they are likely to meet and exceed the organizational and performance goals. And one of the 4 major characteristics that have been identified in this study, in this paper, is the ability to deliver software quickly, reliably, and safely. And that's basically what was on the previous slide, right? So we're really at the heart of the digital transformation with CI/CD, and I want to go over a couple of things that we offer to you from the SAP side to help you with this. And here I will start on the right-hand side. So when we started out to extend our mission from only internal SAP internal enablement to look at how could we help customers with our expertise, we have been asked by many for best practices. So the first question, and then naturally also our first delivery, was just to compile a couple of documents. Right now it's the second or the third iteration or incarnation of these documents. So they have been worked on in the last couple of years a couple of times. We brought out a couple of scenarios where we show you how to solve SAP specific challenges that you face when you're doing CI/CD. So automating your build, test, deployment for things like HANA development, deployment to SAP platforms like the cloud platform, how to integrate with SAP Solution Manager, etc., etc. So this is what we provide in these best practices. A lot of these best practices, as many of our offerings, are moving towards container-based solutions. So a lot of what we're doing is provided via containers or is using Docker images to provide environments for pipelines. There's a link on the slide if you want to check it out. Actually, I still like it a lot because it's very short and concise. If you are knowledgeable and you have your own infrastructure and you want to reuse it, so you have your on-prem Jenkins or you use your Azure DevOps, GitHub Actions, whatnot, in these best practices, you find the solution how to set up an SAP development process on these tools. Project Piper is an addition to that. That is actually a library that some people coin as this is coded best practices. The current downside to that is it is bound to Jenkins. That is being worked on to decouple it from Jenkins. So if you have an on-prem Jenkins running, you can use Project Piper. What exactly is Project Piper? Project Piper is an open source project. So you can look at it, you can use it without costs. That is a toolbox that implements certain stages and steps that are typical for CI/CD pipelines, right? You take your own Jenkins, you include Project Piper library, and then you can use some steps or a general pipeline that we provide in there. You just configure it, and then you have a CI/CD pipeline running for SAP specific development projects. Both offerings on the right-hand side, as you might have guessed, are very, very flexible. So you can rearrange the steps there. You can even extend it. You can put your own library on top of Piper, for instance, and stuff like that. But it requires a certain amount of know-how, and also it requires you to bring your own infrastructure. Just one more comment on the usage. So Project Piper, it always amazes me how widely it is being used. Project Piper is originally an SAP internal, has been an internal offering that we open sourced. And right now, the external usage, so usage by customer of Project Piper, has exceeded the SAP internal use. And that means on a normal weekday, we have like between 12 and 14,000 builds running in customer CI/CD tools using Project Piper, which I think is pretty impressive. When we were working on this, we always had a hunch that, of course, we're SAP and this cannot be the end of it, right? I always had the feeling, okay, at some point we're gonna have to put this stuff into a service, right? And this is what is here on the left-hand side. The service is rather new, so on the agenda, we could also put the new exclamation mark on our service. It's just 2 months out, and it really takes our knowledge about pipelines and puts it in an easy to consume offering. Right here, our key is really fast setup, simplicity, to help with typical development scenarios. And we're going to see how simple it is in a demo that is provided by Irina. So Irina is usually, we share the work. Irina is doing the interesting stuff. I'm doing the slides. On the next slide, I have a couple of more facts about the service. So as I said, we want to really aim at simplicity and fast ramp up. The two segments of the offering also, from my perspective, they complement to different customer segments that we see. So we have done 4 or 5 years of customer engagements, talked to I don't know how many hundreds of customers on conferences and individual talks, and there is usually a segment that is very very knowledgeable in agile development. This is customers who are doing Agile CI/CD for years. They know exactly what tools they want to use. They know what development process to apply. They just need us to solve SAP specific problems, right? And this is what Piper and the best practices are for. But we also have a big segment of SAP customers that are at the beginning of their journey into the cloud, right? And there are turning towards us, asking for, okay, what tools to use? What of these hundreds of possibilities in the open ecosystem are we supposed to use to build SAP extensions, etc.? And this is what the service addresses, right? It takes away all these options and all the tooling, and we provide a ready-to-use pipeline for SAP-specific use cases. And the service is new, so until now we are offering two use cases. One is SAP UI5 and Fiori-based development, and the other is explicitly cloud application programming model-based development projects. For these, you will see in the demo, you will have ready-to-use pipelines in the service. For this service, of course, it's managed. You don't need your own CI infrastructure, and this is also important and very nice coincidence. I don't know. Maybe it was very nicely planned to have also the Business App Studio in this session, because we have to integrate into the SAP Cloud Platform tooling ecosystem. Yeah, before I go into more details, I hear some noise in the line, so maybe we have a couple of questions that we could look at right now before we look into the demo.
I actually made the comment that probably our participants are members of the community in shock that they never seen it before. Mm-hmm. So question coming to you, do you have any customers in Sydney, maybe in Australia? Or it's just the first time that you're presenting to our local audience?
So I assume that in the last years we've had Australian customers in our customer engagements, but I'm not absolutely sure. Irina, can you comment on that? But on an event, so we've not been in an Australian event so far, and the service is new. So
I think we had last year some customers from Australia, but we didn't have the service at that point of time. So basically, it was more or less for general requirements from their side, and we had Piper just at that point. And yeah, unfortunately, this year we don't have any from Australia.
Also, look on the positive side. So this is the first presentation when we have a service You have our community of the developers. We will have a look. We will just probably will not ask questions because it will be absolutely new for us. But we will make our homework and we will come back to you with some of our prospects. If you will follow up with your customer, we will be able to provide recording of our session to your customer and come back and see what we can do all together. So this is why we have those events in the community with the target audience, with somebody who will literally use something that you're going to present. So don't take no questions as the totally negative part. It's probably just because it's so new.
No worries, no worries. We have currently, so you know, with the new service, currently we're running through a rollout marathon. So we're there. So whenever you are interested in this, whenever customers are interested in this, just let us know. Contacts will be in the end. But I think also, I mean, this has been slides. I will just hand over for a couple of minutes to Irina because I think what she has to show is also very interesting. Irina?
And it's not limited to Sydney. It's also Phil from Melbourne. Eager to follow up with Melbourne customers.
Sure. Okay, so I hope you can see my screen as well.
Yes, we could see your screen.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So basically, before I show the demo into the cloud platform and how to use our service, I just wanted to show this one slide for the typical scenario, how we or what we're going to see into this demo. So basically, it was planned, and it is great to see also the Business Application Studio in this demo. So the typical scenario is starting from the developers. They develop their applications. So basically, it will be the same application which Russ also showed into the previous session. This application is pushed to a Git repository. And then I will show into this demo how to create a pipeline and how to deliver, or in this case, update this application, which is already running on the cloud platform. So let's take a look how it looks like. I have here into the cloud platform cockpit one account, which is prepared for this demo. I will go to the HTML5 applications. So I have already deployed this, the same as application as I mentioned from Rust demo to this account. And you see here the title is Partner List Demo. So in this demo, I'm going to change this application title, and using the CI/CD service will update automatically this deployed application. So going back to the account and to the subscriptions, I will go to my Business Application Studio. I have also a Fiori workspace already here created. Going inside it, and you see here I have already the developed project for this application. It is connected already to a GitHub repository. So basically we have it into our instance here in SAP GitHub. This demo partner project, it's checked in already there. So before changing something into the application, I will show you how to create a pipeline. You see here into the subscription part of this account, also the continuous integration and delivery service. By clicking go to application, I'm entering this service as well. And you see here, I have already some jobs for this account. So how a job is created here, just click the plus button and you get the form to create a new job for one project. So you need a job name. Let's call it demo, I don't know, Sydney event. And I need a repository URL. So as mentioned, I have put already this account, this project into a GitHub on our site. So I need this URL so that I could create this job here. Copy and paste the URL here, and that's it. So in case you have a Git instance on premise, Christoph will talk about this into the slides and the roadmap. So currently we support only publicly available GitHub SCMs, but it's on our roadmap to support on premise. You need repository credentials to access this project. So I have prepared this already. It's basically a user which has permissions to sync this project, and GitHub authentication token. If you don't have credentials created for your pipelines, you could just click on create credentials, and there's a form popping up, and you could easily type here, copy and paste the needed information. Okay, so I have for this project only a master branch. Yeah, I know it's not compliant to the latest changes. I heard that Git will also change this master branch name, but it's still for this project the master branch. And now the next fields which I see here are the two pipelines, the two use cases which we support with the first version of our service. So you could open this drop-down menu here, and you see the SAP Cloud SDK template is for projects following SAP application programming model. And we have also two pipeline templates for UI5 and Fiori projects, one with deployment target to Cloud Foundry, and for our customers who are still on Neon, we also allow deployment at the end on a new environment. For this demo, I will use the one with deployment to Cloud Foundry. Then going down into the configuration, I could also specify how long I want to keep the log files or how many build items I want to have. I will leave those default values here and go to the interesting part, the stages, which we support for this pipeline template. You see, the build stage is always on. I could also define application name. If not, it will be taken from my source descriptor, so I will leave it. We have also a malware scan here included by default into this pipeline. And the next step will be the deployment to Cloud Foundry in this case. So I will turn that stage on, and I will need this information API endpoint, organization, and space where I want to deploy my application. I'm sorry, I don't remember those values by heart, so I go to this account here where I want to deploy my application. I have this API endpoint URL. I could copy it from here. I could try to remember that organization name is CI/CD and the space is demos. Okay, going back to the continuous integration and delivery service, I paste this URL for the target. Organization is CI/CD. Space was demos, and I need again credentials so that this pipeline deploys to this organization in space. I have again prepared here one credentials, which is called CF deploy. Basically, it is user on the cloud platform which has permissions to deploy to this organization in space. I could select this one. If it doesn't exist the same way as in the step before, I could select create credentials, and then the pop-up is coming and I put my credentials here. Okay, we support also upload to transport management service in case you want to bundle some changes, typical scenarios, changes on the front-end side for your application. You want to upload them to transport management service and transport them together with some backend changes if you have some hybrid scenarios. I will skip this part. I don't have a transport management service prepared for this demo. And that's it basically for the pipeline. So I just create it, and you see by defining some parameters, I have already ready to use pipeline. If you create for the first time pipeline for a given GitHub repository, you have the webhook data pop-up here. I could display it also in any time. The workflow is you copy this payload URL and the secret and put it into your Git repository as webhook data, and this will allow that by pushing some changes into the GitHub repository, the pipeline will be triggered automatically. And that's exactly what I did already for this project. So I could also show it here by going to my Git instance and then to the hook section. You see here, so I have already put this hook data to my project. Now the actual part will be to change the application and to trigger this build job. I will go now to the Business Application Studio. As mentioned, I have already the project here, and you see into the index.html file, I have this title, partner list demo, which I wanted to change. And I could do a simple change here, just remove maybe the demo part and leave it to partner list. I will save this change and go to the source control tab. I see that this change was made. I could add this file and type a message for my commit here, something like change title. And I could then commit this change and push it to my Git repository. Okay, so that's pushed, and going back to the continuous integration and delivery view, you see that the job which I defined here for this Git repository was automatically triggered, and I have started build and running build here. So how it looks like, then I could select this build in the middle, and I will get an overview about the stages which I just defined for this pipeline and get some more information on it. So it is running. It currently doesn't display any information. Maybe I could show it in another job which was predefined here for this project. You see also it was triggered by this commit because of this webhook data. And for example, I have tested it a couple of minutes before this demo, and I could show how it looks like by selecting the previous build job in this case. You get this overview on the right-hand side. You see exactly the stages which were displayed into the template. The job starts with some init stage to prepare the environment to sync the GitHub project on our side. The tests were skipped because I didn't select this stage into my pipeline. The build was successful, malware scan, and the deployment to Cloud Foundry. If something goes wrong into my build, or anyhow, if I'm interested in getting some more details about what is happening behind the scenes for this project, I could always select one of the stages here and take a look at the build work. So let's take a look at the build stage, for example. By selecting it, I get the whole build work from the backend. And I could see that in this case, the MTA build is running, and I get some warnings about some deprecations here, about some dependencies, but basically the build went on. So that's basically it. Maybe we could wait a couple of minutes and see that this title was changed, but I think you get the whole idea of this workflow, and not sure how we are in the time, but maybe back to Christopher, the slides meanwhile.
Yeah, maybe I can comment. First of all, thanks, Irina. Maybe I can comment on a couple of things that have been going on in the chat. So with regards to the development ecosystem, I mean, just to somehow sharpen the distinction between the tools here, we are having tools like the Business Application Studio, which is basically your development environment, right? You do your coding there, you interact with your source code repository with your Git, and you can do all kinds of local validations of what a developer is currently doing. So you have static code checks, you can execute your tests within that environment, right? Which is a good thing. What you want to add on top of that, if you're working in an agile mode in a team, of course, is that you have some enforcements on rules in a central way, right? If I, as a developer, execute a test in my IDE, that is kind of my business, but it's a team decision whether a team configures on a certain branch in the Git source code repository. Okay, whatever comes in this branch needs to run through these validation steps before, right? And then is good enough, right? So you can have like smaller CI/CD pipelines for development branches or for pull requests that just give you, the developer, the security after 5, 6, 7 minutes that the change is good enough and integrates with the rest of the code base. And when you are in a master branch or in a release branch and you're before the delivery, of course, you want to have a more comprehensive pipeline that does a test deployment, that does all kinds of additional tests, which might take longer, right? And only if you run through this longer pipeline, you'll feel safe enough to deliver. The second topic, and this is a very SAP specific thing, is how do we interact with tools like, so in the change management space, Solution Manager, etc., Charm, right? The service right now has come out with those two scenarios that Irina also mentioned, CAP and Cloud Application Programming Model Support and Fiori. And we're doing a deployment into we can do a deployment into a Cloud Platform account. You can also upload your build results into the Transport Manager, right? And from the Transport Manager, you can take the delivery like into your own hands, or just manage it like you're used to with traditional SAP methods, right? And for Project Piper, so the open source toolbox that we've mentioned earlier, we have Solution Manager integration. A link of that is in the chat. That also means that you have CI or more, you have continuous integration for your developers to have fast feedback, to work in an agile mode. But when it comes to delivery or coupling a couple of backend changes with your front end changes with a solution or a change request, then you can do that as well with Solution Manager.
So I would like just to make a comment that we use Solution Manager not just SAP-oriented tool, but also as an enterprise management tool. We're managing not just SAP native application like ABAP applications, but also some of the SAP application that SAP purchased recently. For example, SuccessFactor or even the Concur. It's also documentation tool, and it's also the Watcher. So it's better to have from enterprise perspective one place from where we could see it. It includes number of the graphical tools that you could see where you're staying from the development perspective. And in agile environment, it's extremely important that we have some minimum documentation what's been done, especially if you work in large enterprise with not just one, but multiple teams. And I think that question coming from Ramon, do we have visual branch like visual representation of your pipelines similar to Souls 3, Bitbucket?
Yeah, no, we don't have that yet, but I guess we will be working on that. Service is new, and in a, you know, it's tough to work in that agile fashion when you're SAP, but we really go out with something small that we think provides benefit to customers right now. But when we're looking at the roadmap, we still have a couple of things to do, right? So you will find a couple of your questions also addressed in the slides. I'm going to show again.
Maybe just one remark, Christoph. Meanwhile, the pipeline has finished. Maybe it somehow addresses also the question about the visual representation. So it's
sorry,
not
I killed your share, Irina. Sorry.
But
if you want to show
awesome. It. We just know that we are in Sydney, so let's always look on the positive half.
I see that I'm still sharing my screen, or no? Or I will try again.
Please do again.
Yep. Okay. Do you see it now?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. Maybe.
Just to let you know, that also helps us to present SAP as agile company. It's a new concept. It's totally non-traditional SAP, especially to the developers community. What we are trying to present the new SAP, the agile SAP. It's not simple. So all the tools that you're providing us also helping not only to you but also us as developers community.
I'm back again. I don't know how you succeeded, but you crashed my Teams. I don't know.
Oh, sorry about that.
Let's see. Maybe I have some problems with the connection. Not sure.
Take it easy. So, that's what we are saying. This is live, right? We all developers, we all understand.
And from home, yes. So do you see my screen now again?
Yes, we could see your screen again.
Okay. So basically what I was saying is somehow also addressing this question about the visual representation. So it's not exactly the same as in the other tools which you know, but somehow a visual representation of those stages which are behind are here on the right side. So this the Fiori UI5 pipeline is pretty simple in this case, in the first version, and all the stages are one after another, but I'm not sure if I have a pipeline for the cloud application programming model. I don't have a build, unfortunately, there, but the other pipeline has some parallel stages, and you get also good representation of these parallel stages here, what is exactly executed. Yeah, but as Christoph mentioned, the service is pretty new. We are collecting some requirements. Feedback is always welcome. Okay, and maybe one just last thing from my side. As I mentioned at the beginning, I will close those windows here. As I mentioned, this account was prepared. You saw that I have into the subscriptions already subscribed to the continuous integration and delivery service. I had also the SAP Business Application Studio subscribed. I have also defined all the roles which are needed for those services. For our users, we have also the so-called booster. So if you go back to your global account, you see here on the left side the boosters part. And if you select this, you will see here 2 boosters for the 2 use cases, which we also support with the continuous integration and delivery pipeline. Prepare an account for HTML5 application development here, and also prepare an account for developing extension applications. If you take a look at one of them, it will check for the prerequisites, and it will set up this account by subscribing to the needed applications. You see into this case for HTML5 portal, SAP Business Application Studio, as mentioned, continuous integration and delivery. You will be able to create a sub-account, which will be used then for this development. And this is, everything is automated by using this booster, and simplifies also the manual steps for our customers. Okay, that's it from my side.
Okay, I also seen you answered another question from Ramon. And there is the follow-up question. So Ramon, you could just ask question that everyone will probably hear your case.
So I would just like to go through, do I have 5 more minutes? What do you think,
Yes,
Adi?
yes, we have plenty of time. Just I planned this with some contingency planning. I learned from project managers.
Okay. So I just go through a couple of things. I keep it short, and then we get to all the questions. Great discussion, by the way. I like it a lot. So just another fact sheet, but most of these things have been mentioned. So build, test, and deploy scenarios are covered. We have integration with the transport management system, and we have GitHub.com support. GitHub.com support is here on the feature list. From my perspective, it's also on the limitation list. So right now, and this is really being worked on with high priority, we don't support on-prem Git, right? So I'm absolutely aware that 9 out of 10 customers are keeping their source code within their network, within their company's network, and this is something that we're going to have in Q4. So this is really, if you think about using the service now and you find, okay, you can connect and you cannot connect to your on-prem Git, this is going to change in Q4. This is the highest ranked story that we have in the backlog. From a pricing perspective, we have a metric of compute hours. €1 per compute hour is the price, and I'm going to have a slide if you have a question regarding what does that mean, how many pipelines can I run, so we get to that in a minute. It's available via CPA, and we're also planning a partner offering and SAP Store integration. If there's question regarding that, Irina can answer them, hopefully. What is planned for really this quarter, so Q4 this year, on-prem Git support I mentioned. Also, it has been mentioned before, to get more customers and users trying out the service, giving us feedback. Trial is really important for us here. We're not yet available on trial, but this is, as I hear from the teams, a matter of 1 or 2 weeks. So we're just finishing up some tasks here and documentation, and then we're going to release the service on trial. Another thing is a rather new serverless runtime. We're going to support rather soon, also finishing up a couple of topics. Everything, all these three things will come in Q4. One thing sorry about that, Australia. So right now we have limited data center coverage. So we are in EU10 and US10, but we're also currently working on a rollout plan for next year. What priorities and what order to ramp up new data centers. So something for you might be also in there, I'm pretty sure. Cannot share details about that yet, but we're working on that. Yeah, just with regards to the pricing for the Fiori demo that Irina just showed, or for that use case, I'm looking at two very your teams or your experience, but might be somewhere in the middle. So one extreme example is a very mature, agile team that does a lot of changes per day. So I assume 5 developers, 5 changes per day, just for simplicity. We have currently the pipeline is running like 5 to 6 minutes. We think we can have safely that we have 5 pipeline executions per compute hour. So that will be a bill of 100 euros per month. The Agile Starter, which I think also is an extreme example where we just have a pipeline on the master branch and it's not often pushed to the master branch. That's of course, you pay per use. That's a much cheaper experience. Also for trying out stuff, POC, etc. So you pay what you use. Yeah, so this is our rather high level roadmap. So Q3 actually that we have been releasing in August. The basic services in Q3 we have added multi-branch jobs that makes it easier for larger projects to set up pipelines. So you don't need to have a pipeline, a job for every branch. You can use wildcards like to get all your feature branches when they follow a naming convention. We have worked on improving our test capabilities with regards to UI5. So maybe you remember when Ras showed the BizApp Studio, there was the opportunity to add karma tests to the project. Whatever karma tests you provide, OPA5 QUnit will be executed within the service. And also we're supporting the new HTML5 applications that seamlessly basically. Yeah. So if you choose that using, for instance, one of the boosters Irina showed, that is covered by the service as well. As I mentioned, we are working in Q4 on trial, on-premises Git and serverless. And after that, because we've had a couple of questions also in the chat regarding new scenarios, I'm looking into adding, of course, more things. So we're looking into the integration space. So cloud platform integration, API management, we're discussing with the colleagues there. We want to work with the cloud platform ABAP environment, and we also want to support deployment to ABAP front-end server. So on-prem deployments should also be possible from within the service, plus productivity features. And I think we're going to have a lot. So most notably integration with the BizApp Studio, alert notifications, better support for native source code management system capabilities like pull requests with GitHub and other things. That's also something we for sure are going to work on. And we are very, needless to add, but I just want to make that statement. We are very, very customer driven. So we are having like the 5th year customer engagements. So if you have customers, if you have specific requirements, if you have scenarios that are not covered, let us know and we can discuss and we will rank it. We cannot guarantee when things will come, but once at least we can discuss yeah, what things we're going to add to the service. With that, basically I'm through, and I think maybe there's a couple of more questions we can look at.
We had some questions about the trial version and also the data centers. I think you answered them, Christoph. There is one question from Adi. Will Karma test be included in Business Application Studio pricing? I think this one left unanswered up to now.
I don't
my
think.
question is actually, is it in BAS pricing, or I need to buy your service separately?
So you can execute. So Karma is a test runner for Node.js based applications. So you can run your Karma test that you have to implement yourself. Of course, you can run that in the web IDE when you have, or in the BizApp Studio. Excuse me. If you have the service, so if you have the service as well, you can also execute them in the service. But there's no need to have the service to use Karma tests in the BizApp Studio. Yeah. Okay, I hope that answers the question, Adi. Thanks.
Yep. It's another question. It's a wider question than just to your application. CH283864 looks like our defense project asking, how can my company start developing apps if I am not an SAP partner? I think you could just be a customer. Well, this is probably my point, but everyone from SAP side, welcome to comment. If Craig's still on call, this is question to Craig.
I think Craig had to drop earlier, but yeah, may I comment? Yes, of course, as a customer, you can do all these things. You can use these services, you can use the BizApp Studio, you can use the CI service. Yeah, this is not restricted to partners. Actually, our service right now is still not commercialized for partners. It's still CPA, so it's not for partners, but we're working on making it available to partners. But everything, as far as I know, that's been shown today is available to customers. Every customer.
As a partner, so once we are partner, we actually, by subscribing to Cloud Platform, we also SAP customers. So we kind of on both worlds. So I believe that every SAP build partner is actually the customer as well, because we're consuming your services and business applications, the web IDE, we are also customers. So that's definitely being the customer. Being a small startup, you could start your activities, and you're welcome to reach out. Is there somebody from the community? Send an email, and we will try to help you. Here we are as developers community. Nobody will be left behind. So CH283864, please send your question with your details after the session. Trust me that SAP is more open to startups. And to start your activity, you don't need to be a huge company. From personal experience, we started our company from 2 people. And we have Sunil, thanking for your session. So we actually in the break time, this break time we usually use for questions. I would like really to appreciate you, Irina and Christoph, for joining our session in our community event. So I think that it's great for us to be exposed to those new things. We probably will need to have some time to digest what I'm doing, and we'll probably short a number of questions later on.
Perfect.
So
thanks.
We'll be more specific, and probably I'm not sure if it's next year or year after, but we'll definitely have a wider exposure.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, thanks a lot for having us. It was a blast. Thanks for the great questions and the great discussion. So that was very lively. I liked it a lot. And yes, I think, I mean, the service will evolve a lot over the next couple of months. So I would be happy to be here next year again.
Thank you so much. Probably you will have a customer before the next year. So once you will have a real customer year after, you will be able already to present the success story. If you could share with us some of the references that we could share, somebody that use your services, it will help us also to understand their use cases. This will also help us to present this to our stakeholders. So what I would probably ask you to share some of the stories of the blogs about your service from the perspective of the either partners or customers.
Okay, sounds great. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So we moving to our next speaker, Suhas Sood. So we'll be presenting, and I'm not going to present anything in his presentation. He's going to present multiple ways of real-time forecasting on SAP S/4HANA based SAC. As a disclaimer, so Suhas is presenting from my company, from the Syntegral, so I will need to be very quiet in his presentation. So I will be very type of moderator in his presentation only. Suhas, so it's over to you. So probably he has some minutes to join us. Yes, we could see your slide, and we could not hear you yet.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I'm just putting myself to mute.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So hi everyone. My name is Suhas. I've been working with various SAP technologies since 2007, and I've worked with SAP Labs India and SAP Australia for past few years. And yeah, I've been working on analytics and machine learning projects within and outside SAP. So today I welcome you all to this session on overview of machine learning and predictive capabilities with S/4HANA. So yeah, the presentation is organized as following. First, let's briefly talk about some definitions. Then let's go to the history of machine learning and predictive analytics capabilities within SAP ERP, how it all started, and then we talk about what's currently available and a brief description about them and a summary comparing these approaches and if possible, a small demo of one of the SAC feature, which I feel is very interesting. Okay. So yeah, here are the few definitions that we need to know before we go to the next slide. So yeah, simple definition of both predictive analytics and machine learning are from Wikipedia. So predictive analytics encompasses many techniques to make predictions about future, and machine learning algorithms that are machine learning algorithms are the ones which learn with the data. So now you may ask why we need these in an ERP software like S/4HANA. As you all know, most of the activities pertaining to day-to-day activities in ERP environment is usually for enterprise system to run smoothly. People don't really get time to focus on growth-related tasks, like how to expand and all those things. But with machine learning capabilities, an enterprise can focus on activities which can enable growth and automate these routine tasks. And some of the other terminologies that you might hear is like training the model, a machine learning algorithm that learns patterns from a given set of training data to accomplish a certain task. That's training model. Then a training procedure where the machine learning model learns matching pattern from training data. Then of course the data itself, which is used for machine learning models. And last is the inference or recommendation, whatever it is, the output of the model once you feed them the real data set. Okay. Moving on to the next slide, here it's just a image depicting the history prior to S/4HANA. So here what SAP is trying to show is like you fetch the data from multiple sources, like it can be SAP ERP or non-ERP, and it can be flat files. And the ERP relied on intelligence delivered via algorithms on SAP HANA. And we also had an application called Predictive Analytics, which also supported multiple algorithms. And also it supported open source libraries like R. And we also had rapid deployment solutions to handle some of the predefined business scenarios. So it was the responsibility of the user to prepare the data, set up the workflow, and visualize the results. So what you see is like we could have run algorithms using predictive analytics library, and usually it was done using SQL scripting on HANA. And once the output is ready, we could visualize using either the predictive analytics library tool itself or SAP Lumira, or like Business Object Explorer, which was used for ad hoc exploration, or you could have built a custom application using SAP UI5. Moving on, so this is the current scenario of what we have with machine learning aspects in S/4HANA. So due to time constraints, I will not be able to touch on the implementation aspects, but here is an overview of what we can do. So we'll go into each options in detail in the coming slides. But yeah, now we can basically leverage machine learning capabilities within S/4HANA itself. The first task is to identify a scenario, as you can see. And once you identified a scenario, then you decide based on the existing use cases whether you have that model. Then you proceed with configuring the model and implementing it. If not, you have an option for building your own scenarios, new scenarios. Again, you have to do the same process, collect the data, then run the training, then provide it with the next set of data sets to do the inference. So there are two ways that this slide shows. One is the embedded approach, and other one is the side-by-side approach. So the embedded approach is within the S/4HANA environment itself, and the side-by-side approach is using the SAP Cloud Platform using Leonardo services. So both of these options allow you to integrate with your existing applications within S/4HANA. So basically, you can enhance those business applications to have machine learning capabilities. And yeah, so the two ways to do that are using PI and APIs. I will touch on these things later in the next slide. So yeah, let's get into the details of what are the three options that are available. So yeah, so SAP is kind of actively involved in the evolution of the whole intelligent enterprise. So the first thing that was started was the embedded approach. So the business processes across different lines of business had inbuilt features using APL, Predictive Analytics Integrator Framework, and the PAL libraries. So the embedded approach will run within the S/4HANA environment, and the side-by-side approach is where we use SAP Leonardo services from SAP Cloud Platform, and the last is the SAP Analytics Cloud for running some other predictive scenarios which need not have any application on the business side, but you would want these as a business user. So yeah, the algorithms for embedded ML can be performance intensive as high volumes of application data must be processed. And for performance optimization, the algorithm should be closer to the data source itself. So as you know, HANA had predictive analytics library inbuilt to it, and S4HANA uses the same predictive analytics library, that is PAL, and the automatic predictive library APL, and the application function libraries. So these offers multiple statistical and data mining algorithms. And you can implement your own algorithm as well. So these algorithms require data as an input for that model training. The trained models are exposed to business processes by wrapping them with CDS views. So these CDS views can be combined with uh, other CDS views and then exposed to the consumers or the end users. So, like by consuming these ML models through CDS views, so you are basically using the existing content and the whole existing environment, and this kind of results in a very simple and powerful solution. The next one, like side-by-side ML scenarios, are usually based on Leonardo machine learning, as I mentioned earlier, and it's organized into three different development activities. So one is the machine learning foundation, and next one is the functional service, and the third one is the business service. Um, Leonardo Machine Learning Foundation defines a framework for creating and executing your intelligent algorithms. The ML function service execute on top of Leonardo Machine Learning Foundation and provide us a ready-to-use implementation. And these are basically use cases such as image classification, sentiment analysis, etc. And finally, the business services implement complex use cases that are typically integrated with SAP application businesses processed in S4HANA. So if you want to enhance an already existing process within S4HANA and you don't want to touch the code, but you still want the predictive capabilities, so we could use SAP Analytics Cloud. There are two features in Analytics Cloud, basically Smart Predict and Smart Insights. We'll get into those features in detail later. So let's discuss in detail about embedded scenarios. So predictive analytics integrator, the PAI framework, provides a common interface for us to consume the ML models. Irrespective of the underlying predictive engine, we could still use any model and expose it to the external, the end users. The modeling and administrative tool is extremely helpful to handle the life cycle of these predictive scenarios, basically to handle the cycle of model creation, then model training, the model adoption, and all these things, and help them integrate with the existing business processes. So the terms that are used like PAL, Predictive Analytics Library, and APL, Automated Predictive Libraries, and PAI, it's the Predictive Analytics Integrator. I think they're renaming the PAL to HEMI or something, the HANA Embedded Machine Language Interface. So yeah, they keep changing the terms, but yeah, if you hear it's the same as the PAL. The first step that comes here is the data preparation. So you have a data manager which helps you do that. So then you run the predictive models leveraging the model framework. Then this model is deployed into the predictive factory. And the model management, as you know, is handled by the PAI framework. Then the predictive scenario is created using this model framework. Then you wrap it up with a CDS view, and then you can embed this CDS view in your ABAP objects and also in your S4HANA application. Some of the applications that use this embedded scenarios are like simple SAP tax compliance, smart automation, GRC, then abnormal liquidity items, the cash and liquidity management solution, Then there's something new that was launched in the latest release, the predictive materials and resource planning. So basically you can run multiple simulations using this PMRP solution. So MRP, as you might know, it's like quite a resource intensive, but with this, you can optimize your MRP and you can run multiple simulations. So basically what this slide is trying to say is like some of the scenarios like forecasting, trend, relationship analysis, anomaly detection, all these can be done in the embedded scenarios. And most of the algorithms don't require too much CPU usage or RAM, so that you don't really interfere with the other services in your S4. So moving on to the next one, so the side-by-side extension. Basically, this is using the Leonardo Machine Learning Foundation, which is residing on SAP Cloud Platform. So the resource-intensive scenarios like image recognition and language recognition, these services are provided in the Machine Learning Foundation. So these are pre-built, pre-trained algorithms. So you might ask, like, why is it done this way? So the core purpose for it was to allow customers to easily introduce machine learning capabilities into existing enterprise applications. And the best part is you don't have to develop your own machine learning algorithms. These are already provided to you. As like I mentioned earlier, image and video processing, natural language processing, all these are available in the Leonardo Machine Learning Foundation. So one of the examples of why you would need is like image recognition. So like image recognition is not an like difficult task, but it is very resource intensive. And for a layman to start building his own old model, it will take some time. So what ML Foundation has done is it provides you with the algorithms, and then you can use this and integrate it with your existing application. So one of the use cases is like monitoring the damage of an equipment using the photos that were taken. So for example, like Australia has huge land area. So the images taken for the grid network can be used to predict if there is a rust or any other damage. And it can automate that process instead of manually looking for those images. So yeah, you can use this framework to train your models, deploy, create inference, and then finally integrate with your S/4HANA existing processes. So yeah, there are two different options for leveraging the side-by-side ML. So one of the options is to reuse the existing ones, as I just talked about, and the other one is you can create your own. So you have an option to build your own custom model. So you need not rely on the existing models that are already available. And the workflow usually involves two steps. One is the training workflow and the other one is the inference. The training data is basically saved and trained with algorithms, and it also saves the training model. Later in the inference pipeline, the ML services are ready for consumption by the business processes. The trained model is applied accordingly. So yeah, some of the applications that are currently popular are like the cash application, the remittance advice, the goods receipt, the invoice receipt monitor, and intelligent accrual recommendation. These are all leveraging the Leonardo Machine Learning Foundation services. So yeah, the last one is like extending using SAP Analytics Cloud. So this is to enhance and modify the current predictive models. So there are situations where you don't need to embed machine learning into business processes, but you would still want to visualize predictions based on few scenarios. So basically you need to involve a data scientist and data engineer to get all these things done. But usually what happens is you need the business knowledge. So the data scientist might not have all the business knowledge to basically come up with a model which would fit for your purpose. Uh, like with Analytics Cloud, a business user who is not equipped like a data scientist can still like leverage this smart features, like basically the smart predict and smart discovery and smart assist to solve their business needs. So the predictive services could help business users to do the data science activities even though they are not comfortable with it. So yeah, so this is the third approach of leveraging ML and predictive services. So depending on the requirement and functionality, you could do data acquisition uh, via the live connection, or you can build your CDS views on your S4 system, and you can consume that as a data source, or you could connect to multiple other data sources. So it supports connecting to your AWS, GCP, environment, even all the including all the existing SAP applications. Like you can also connect to Qualtrics if you want to. So basically, what is Smart Assist? Basically, what is happening in my business? If you want to know, you can use this. And if you also want to know like what is behind this number, you can use the Smart Insight. And the last one is like, why did this happen? So you can use the Smart Discovery to do this. There are also predictive features available. So you can create a predictive uh, model within the Analytics Cloud environment. So first one is like classification scenario, where you want to determine whether something will happen or not. For example, if you are launching a campaign, sales campaign, you can check whether a customer would buy this product or not. Then a regression scenario where you are trying to predict a numerical value, like exploring the key drivers behind a particular scenario. Then the last one is the time series, like sales forecast or revenue forecast example, just an example. So all these features are available. So now let's get to the summary part. So yeah, let's compare these two key approaches for building intelligence into your S4 environment and when to use them. Typically for lightweight ML scenarios, not requiring extensive processing for training and places where you don't want to move the data out of S4 environments, you can use the embedded scenarios. The advantage of this approach are that they are closely aligned to the day-to-day business processes and can be easily consumed using existing technologies. The best part is even the models can be handled within your S4 environment using PAI. And another key aspect is that all these features are basically designed to run on structured data. And you all know like SAP S/4HANA has lots of structured data in it. So now like Leonardo Services provides like a scalable and distributed approach for machine learning. It is quite extensible. Um, some of the scenarios you would not be able to just run on your embedded, like the image processing. These services usually require GPUs to run. So that's why Leonardo Machine Learning Services supports training on GPU, and they are much more efficient in training and inferring. Uh, the thing is, they have a separate model management and training infrastructure. This allows you for continuous improvement of your ML models. So everything resides on SAP Cloud Platform. And yeah, another key part is like these services are well equipped to run on raw unstructured data, and it's not just limited to structured data. So you can choose, you can even mix and match and run. So based on your need, you may implement one of these scenarios. So like most customers have additional requirement to fit or to adjust based on the needs. But yeah, like these are the different ways that you can start implementing ML in your S/4HANA environment and not wait for someone else to come and tell you. So yeah, so finally, like you might want to ask, like, how do we start? Well, in my opinion, I think take a simple scenario from either from embedded or from Leonardo machine learning services. Um, Explore the features, see what value it brings to your business, and slowly expand. There are like 200 plus already scenarios available within S4HANA. So I think you should start exploring. I'll see if I can show you a smart insight functionality on Analytics Cloud. Unfortunately, I only have a trial instance, and there's no S4 system for me to integrate with. So I have a demo where you can basically see if it is how the Smart Insight feature works. So this is a sample revenue analysis model which comes along with your trial version. So if you have a trial version, I would recommend explore this option. So basically it's showing your sales data. So you have this alcohol sales based on the regions, and then carbonated drinks based on the region, and juices based on the region. And you also see margins where you have more margin. So you can see California has more margin than Nevada or Oregon. So to gain the smart or the predictive capabilities, I'll just show you. So you don't have to do anything. So I just logged in and then check this sample. So basically, if I try to right click, there is this option called as Smart Insights. I click on that. So it runs its own algorithms, and then it provides you with some details. So how this has changed. So basically what has happened from the last month. So there was a decrease of 1% as compared to the previous quarter. And you also see what are the top contributors for sales. So you can see orange with pulp is the top product contributor. Then this is the guy who is the top sales manager, and Los Angeles is the top location, and Walmart is the top store. So I can basically go into analysis mode or sales manager overview, and you can also see that the Kiran Raj, he's the top sales manager. So which was already shown in the summary without even having for you to drill down. It already showed like what are the top contributors. So yeah, so that was the demo. I hope you gain some insights and you will start implementing some scenarios. Yeah, that's it from my end.
Thank you very much, Suhas, and he also provided his details. If you have more questions with regards how to start, or if you would like to invite him to a simple demonstration with your data, you're welcome to join it. So we're coming to our next small break. So I'm just asking the audience if anybody would like to have a few minutes break, or if you're okay to hear our next presenters. And our next presenters are ready to present a little bit ahead of our original plan. That's actually to you guys. What do you think? Do we need any break? Coffee, tea, bathroom, just fresh air. So I would say I'm hearing nothing quiet, and I would like to ask if it's possible that Christoph and Caroline, if you join us earlier than expected, if you do not mind to start your presentation 10 minutes earlier than planned.
Sure. Yeah,
fine for me.
fine.
Hello, Adi.
Hi.
So it will be very nice if you will introduce yourself first of all to the audience once you are sharing your slide.
Sure. I'll just start sharing. Can you see my screen?
Yes, crystal clear, and we could hear you as well.
Great. Okay, so my name's Caroline Welsh. I am a PO in the UX engineering organization. I'm a PO for a particular extension in the SAP Fiori Tools, which is the service modeler. I work along with Christoph Galmack, who's also here today. We are going to be giving you an introduction to the SAP Fiori elements and SAP Fiori tools. And along with this introduction, Christoph will also be going through a demo with you. So Christoph, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, thanks, Caroline. Yeah, thanks for having us. Christoph Golmik. I'm also a product owner in the UX engineering for SAP Fiori tools, and there I'm responsible for the application modeler, which will be also part of the demo today. Yeah, I'm working very long already in this whole topic, starting with Fiori elements and now in the tools area. So yeah, I will do the demo part. Back to you, Caroline.
Great. Okay, great, thanks. Okay, so in this session, I'll be giving you an overview of two solutions that will change the way you think about building SAP Fiori apps for your organization. SAP Fiori Elements and SAP Fiori Tools are what SAP uses to build for SAP S/4HANA. Also, the approach allows us to build apps that perform well, look consistent with each other, and are very efficient to develop. And we're hoping that you will also use these and benefit from the same approach. I just want to point out before we get into the session, there was in the description of the session, it was that it's the build successor. This SAP Fiori Elements and SAP Fiori Tools are not the successor for Build. It is a development technology and development tools that help you build SAP Fiori Elements applications quickly and more efficiently, and an easier way to do it. So with that said, it is getting you SAP Fiori Element applications in the hands of your customers sooner so that they can get feedback and iterate quickly, but you're actually delivering a real Fiori Elements application. So just to distinguish that Build is a prototyping tool for a PO and designer, our focus is on a developer, and you'll see that as we go through the presentation, and I'll mention that again. I just wanted to be straight and tell you that from the get-go. Okay? Okay, so for today's session, it's going to be structured as follows. We're going to start with an introduction with the Fiori Elements and how SAP Fiori Tools can support you in developing Fiori Element apps. And then we'll close with a summary and some links that if you're interested, you can learn more about it. Okay, so what is Fiori Elements? When it comes to building SAP Fiori user experience or Fiori apps, there's a variety of ways to get there. So it depends on if you're taking advantage of existing SAP processes or creating a net new application. So you have a few options available to you. So for example, if you're taking advantage of existing processes, you have the availability of reference apps. So we have an SAP Fiori apps reference library that you can use to build upon your application. You can also make changes to these applications, and you would use SAP UI5 flexibility to adapt these applications. Or you could use screen personas. So if you have functionality you need that exists in, say, the classic SAP GUI transaction, you can use screen personas to update the look and feel, and as well as simplify the process for your end users. But then again, if you're doing it for net new applications, we have SAP Fiori Elements, which helps you build SAP Fiori applications very quickly. It provides a template-based approach and also tools to enhance your productivity in delivering those SAP Fiori Elements application. And then on top of that, sorry, apologies, move this, you have also just freestyle apps, allowing you to create an application using SAP UI5 and customize it to your needs. So today we're going to be focusing on SAP Fiori Elements and SAP Fiori Tools. And I'm just going to go briefly into what is Fiori Elements. So in a nutshell, it is a UI development library built on top of SAP UI5. So the main idea behind Fiori Elements is that the content of the screen is generated at runtime, so based on metadata coming from the back end. So this means there's very little front end code, and maybe even to say sometimes there's even no front end code at all that is required for standard apps. So this is one of the benefits. And another benefit would be that the Fiori Elements apps are responsive, which means they'll adapt automatically, for example, to the size of your screen or the device you're using. And also the fact that it also provides flexibility. So if you wanted to change behaviors or introduce additional controls, there's a way that you can introduce custom code in the form of extensions and adapt it to meet your needs. So that's, I suppose, it in a bit of a nutshell of what is Fiori Elements. But the main, and I suppose the main 3 points that I want to get across today is, I suppose, what is the benefits? And what SAP Fiori Elements does is provides 3 things. It provides and improves developer productivity, UX consistency, and enterprise readiness. So the way SAP Fiori Elements allows you to scale Fiori development is providing a template and a metadata-based approach to app creations. So we provide templates. It's a template-based approach, which reduces front-end development when you're creating an application. So you can spend more time focusing on business logic, back-end services, and just leveraging proven UI concepts out of the box. So not only that, is that if you are developing applications, you'll also get a consistent user experience. So it means development investment is protected going forward. We'll handle all the UI updates, etc. as well. So when I talk about UX consistency, you're getting a consistent look and feel throughout your applications, less time training up people using your applications because there's a consistent look and feel and layout, etc. And yeah, just to remember that there's the 3 points: developer productivity, UX consistency, and enterprise readiness. Okay, so I mentioned briefly before about it being a template-based approach. So most scenarios in the enterprise involve a variation of providing an overview of business relevant data or different types of lists of data or managing data. So what we're providing is that most of these use cases are provided in a certain set of templates, which we have. We have an overview page. We also have a list report page, or a list of data, which comes in the form of an analytical list report page and a work list page, and then an object page, or a detail view of those business objects. So what we're doing here is that we're providing a template-based approach that will most likely fit most of the scenarios that you're trying to develop with your applications. And then one big thing, benefit, is the consistency that comes with Fiori Elements. When you're developing at a relatively large scale, UX consistency becomes a concern very quickly, because you wanted to have, I suppose, a key design principle. So, for example, you wanted to have the same look and feel regarding colors and fonts. So if you have several applications, they have the same look and feel throughout. Not only that, the look and feel, it's the controls and floor plans, like the layout. There's consistency there by all your users know, for example, where to access search or help, and the layout of the applications are consistent throughout. So once again, there's less time training up and getting used to how you interact with this application. And it's the same with behaviors, like filter sorting. When you delete a certain object, you expect a dialogue that you can click on. It's consistent throughout. Whether you delete it in another application, the behavior is the same. So this consistency makes apps easier to use. And one big thing, and probably the big selling point as well of Fiori Elements application, or Fiori Elements, is that we provide UI logic out of the box. So there's a simple logic such as navigation between pages or between other apps, searching, sorting, filtering all the lists. And this is provided out of the box when you use Fiori Elements applications. So it's, furthermore, it's a bit many additional enterprise readiness features, so which are, I suppose, pretty costly to implement. You're spending time on stuff that's should be there consistently, and these comprise also some examples of accessibility, internationalization, and mobile compatibility. So once again, this is one of the big benefits of Fiori Elements, is that it's providing out-of-the-box UI logic for you. So you're not spending time, wasting time creating these standard interactions that are required for your application. Okay, so this is a bit more detailed on how Fiori Elements works. So the most important thing to know is that SAP Fiori Elements generates the application you see at runtime. So here we're combining three fundamental building blocks: the OData services, OData annotations, and the Fiori element page types, which I mentioned before, like your list report, object page, etc. So the data from the backend is exposed as an OData service, which is an industry standard way of querying and updating data. So some of you may have already heard about that. And then SAP provides many, I suppose, service that you can write on your own, or you can use SAP S/4HANA services as well. And developers use annotations, which are a form of metadata to specify the information you want to see on your screen in the format you desire. So Fiori Elements then takes this information and displays it in one of the standard page types. And this is how it takes care of how your content is displayed. So this part here of how it's displayed. So there's no longer the need for to code, I suppose, the UI with JavaScript, etc. Instead, you're just provided with an abstract description of semantics and behavior of your data using the OData annotations. So this means application developers can now focus on the business functionality which is the what is displayed and how it behaves and how it should be consumed. So this is the difference between what is displayed and how it's displayed. So more developers can focus on the what than spending too much time on how it's displayed. Okay, so I suppose that's just an overview of like what is Fiori Elements and how it would be beneficial for you. But not only that is that we are providing SAP Fiori tools along with these SAP Fiori Elements. And just to jump into our next step, just to clarify, they're tools again for, I suppose our persona would be a developer, and there's a number of tools. So it is a set of extensions for SAP Business Application Studio or Visual Code, and it can provide many capabilities to increase the efficiency of developing Fiori Element applications. So there's a number of them. We have the application generator, the application modeler, the guided development, we have service modeler, code completion, and then an application preview. So there's a number of tools that can be used standalone, or it can be used together as one. You don't have to remember the names of each of the extensions as they're integrated into the IDE once you install them. And so there's no need to remember what exactly one you use, but they all complement each other. And why they're easy to use is that it's a wizard style approach. It's ensuring that we have consistent app structure when you're generating your application. It provides step-by-step development. It also reduces your effort and skill level required for creating annotations. So we briefly talked about OData annotations and the knowledge you actually have to use them. You reduce the effort there, and it improves code consistency because you're developing your apps consistently throughout using the help of these tools, and also simplifies app maintenance. So these are a number of the benefits that you'll get from the Fiori tools. So it makes it easier to build Fiori Element applications, and there is a number of these tools. And for today's demo, actually, before I go into the individual tools, let me just explain about where you can get these tools and how you use them. So if you use SAP's hosted IDE, which is SAP Business Application Studio, the tools are pre-installed for you. So if you select a dev space to build Fiori apps, for example, the tools are ready to use. So by that I mean a hosted IDE, which is SAP Business Application Studio, means that your developers don't need to install, configure, or anything to do onto their machines. They're ready to go. Where you may want to use them a part of Visual Studio Code. So this, I suppose, is I suppose another tool that can be used. It has offline capabilities, and many developers like to customize their own environments, for example, with favorite tools and extensions, etc. And for this reason, the SAP Fiori Tools is an extension on VS Code or Visual Studio Code. And some people like to, I suppose, work offline and come back to it later, and VS Code gives them that ability. So you have the option of both. You have SAP Business Application Studio, which is a hosted IDE, or you have your another one, which is Visual Studio Code. So they're both, all the extensions we are demoing today are available to be used on both of these platforms. So before what we're going to be doing now is going to be demonstrating how to build a Fiori Element application using these tools. And we're going to be first starting with the first tool, but as I said, it can be used on its own or in conjunction with others, is the application generator. And it basically does what it says in the tin. It's building or generating your application. So it's creating the project files for your applications. So when you're creating an SAP Fiori Elements application, you're going to be starting with this tool. It helps you configure and create your project Once again, it uses a wizard style approach and lets you select, for example, the Fiori Elements page type from a list of options that you have, like the list report, analytical list report, etc. And then you can select an OData service to provide the data for your application, or the service that's going to power your application. And as an alternative, you can also choose mock data if you prefer. So the application generator also downloads the libraries you need for the app and retrieves the backend annotations if they exist, or to use in this generated app. So Christoph is going to go through this step of generating your Fiori Elements application using our tool, or the extension, the application generator. So over to you, Christoph.
Thanks, Caroline. So I will share my screen. Okay. Please tell me when you see it.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So what you see here, I will do the demo in SAP Business Application Studio. Everybody who has seen the introduction from Russ this morning will know that already. So, and yeah, this time I will create a Fiori Elements application. So we can go to the via the welcome page directly to the Yeoman wizard selector, or you can always use a command for that. Oh, sorry. So you can launch it by application generator launch. So you can just type in launch or application generator here to have again now later again now later. Yeah, okay. There's a lot of generators, so that's why launch is maybe the best option. But I'm going here now. SAP Fiori Elements application. I select that wizard. Click here. And it's very similar to the other generator you saw this morning. Of course, first you have to decide which kind of app you want to do. So Caroline showed you the different templates which are available. So we would like to create a list report object page app today.
Maybe, Christoph, you could make your screen larger, because we see kind of half of the screen and half with other page.
Yes, this is intended.
Okay, good. Oh, sorry.
Because I would, so you will see it in a couple minutes. What is the reason why I have a split screen, or why I use a split screen way? Because when you, yeah, okay, I will not spoil. I will show it to you in a minute, and you will understand while I'm doing that. Good. Okay. The first thing is I have to select the data source. As said already in the chat, you have to have an OData service already ready if you want to create an Fiori Elements app on top of it. And we have different options. We can connect to a pre-configured system or connect to an OData service. So let's choose one of my test systems I have provided here. I have to log in. You have to click here on that symbol, otherwise you don't get the next button. And then select the service. I want to select my test service, which is about products. Okay, it shows me as an DRV2 service and has only one main entity set. Okay, perfect. Next. So then it's already have chosen automatically the main entity set, so I do not need to do anything more. And yeah, I will start with that. This is enough to be to create a Fiori Elements app. So now I have to provide some organizational stuff. So the name of the app, which is also then the folder in my workspace. So I will name it Project 02, because I already have an prepared project 01 if something goes wrong with that, so as a backup. So it is called products. A namespace is optional, that's why I skip it here. So it goes into my projects folder. Nice. So then I have some possibilities to add more options. So I can choose another UI5 version. So for example, if I want to develop against an older version for my customers, so if I know that customers I would like to ship the app to have only older UI5 version, then I can choose that, and then the feature set will be in the tools suite adapted to that. So you will then only be presented with functionality of this UI5 version. Okay, so theme we can keep, so everything else is fine. Go finish. So Now the app folder is generated and the dependency will be resolved. The node modules will install. You can always check here in the output window for the, where is it? Application wizard. You can see the progress here. So this is from my previous try. Good. So let's wait. Until this is finished. Good. So the folder is pretty standard. You get a web app folder with manifest, component.js. You get a package.json, which contains the dependencies and a couple of scripts we will use later, and dependencies to our libraries. We have 2 new libraries, so UX tooling, which is used for all the preview options, and specification, which contains a feature set which is available in that particular UI5 version. And then you have YAML files, UI5 local and UI5 YAML, which drives the way how you preview the app later. So, okay, we are done. So it's already in my workspace, so I do not need to edit again. So, and now basically we have a Fiori Elements app already. Because there was a service available, we can just start it. We click on preview application. So, and now we are offered with several options. The easiest option is to start it live, so against the service. I'm doing it now. So, and it opens in my second part of the screen. So, because this is what you usually have as a developer, usually you would have used 2 monitors, but for this demo, I'm using 1 screen and doing a split. So you have the development environment on one, and then you have the preview here, which is auto-refreshing every time you do something on this side. You will see that this is very handy. Okay, our app is running, perfect. This is running because there is already annotations and metadata defined in the backend. So this also shows the principle what Caroline said. So basically, if you have semantically described your app already via annotations in the backend, then you have basically no front-end code. This is 0 front-end code you have to write. So everything is automatically available through the Fiori element templates. Good, have a look. So we have already an object page for the details of our products. Nice, so we see the reviews here, but no further information. Okay, so what else can I do? I can also, sorry. This was wrong. Here, so you can also start it with mock data. So if you do that, then it will not use the real service, it will generate data for you. So this is very handy if you do not have suitable test data available right now, or if you want to test with a local metadata service, so which is not available in the backend at all. And then there is a third option which is available to you. This is Start Local. And Start Local basically will download everything on your machine, store it there, even the UI5 library, so that you can work offline. Of course, here in the App Studio demo, it's not very useful. This is basically an option for the Visual Studio Code version of the tool suite. Because there you don't need an internet connection. You can basically download everything to your PC and work completely locally. So here, this is a mock data version. So basically the same, but you see generated data. Yeah, it's not the real data from the backend. Okay, I will close it. We don't need it. Okay, good. So yeah, this was the first part, creating an app, previewing an app. Yeah, and back to you, Caroline, for the next part.
Would you like to have a look into the chat? We have a few questions. Or would you like
and you don't need to look at the chat. Yeah. So while Caroline continues, yeah. Caroline, we cannot hear you in case you're talking.
I was. Yes, apologies. I'll also look through the chat for questions while Christoph is demoing the next time. Good point. I didn't think to do that. So we first started off on the application generator. It's an extension where we generated our application, and Christoph showed you how to configure it and preview it. The next tool we want to show you is the application modeler. And this tool shows the application page structure and allows you to modify this and configure the SAP UI5 flexibility settings. So it provides you with a page map of your app, including the page type and the entity set for the respective pages. You can also use the page map to add additional pages to your app. For example, you can add an object page. I know Christoph's app had there a list report and an object page. You can add additional pages to your app and to provide additional details about an object. So you can select a page type, the data you want displayed on that page, and how you want to navigate to this page. So it also allows you to configure the individual pages using an easy to understand JSON files. So it is a very helpful tool or extension that allows you to manage the structure of your app. So back over to Christoph to show us this extension.
Thanks, Caroline. So I will share again. So there's some echo. Okay, no, it's gone. Okay, good. So, okay, you can see my screen?
Yes.
Perfect, good. So this is where we left off. We were navigated to the object page. We see here a table with reviews, but no details for the reviews. But I know that the service already contains some information about more details about the reviews. So what I want to do is I would like to navigate here and navigate to a second object page with more details. So, and this is very easy with the tool suite. You can open the page map, which is part of the application modeler extension. And this gives you an overview about the structure and the layout of the app. So we see we have a list report and we have an object page. So, and now what you can do is you can just add another page. Click on plus. So you want to have details about the reviews. So I see that here's a navigation attribute in my metadata for the review post. I click add. It shows me it was added. So, and what happened now is this was written into the manifest, and our events recognize there was a change in the project, and that's why my preview on the right side is automatically refreshing. So this is how you can work. So you can put this on a second monitor and then work here. And always, if you do something here, you get it refreshed. And you, after some seconds, you see the result. And the result we can see here is that you have this chevron now. So it means you can navigate. And we can click on it. And because there are already annotations coming with the service, we see something. So we see some header facets and sections here in the object page. Okay, so this was the first part. So the next part is that, okay, so it's nice that we have the possibility to navigate between the pages, but honestly, it is also a bit cumbersome. So always only seeing one item and having go back and so on. That's why I would like to utilize the functionality of flexible column layout, where I can put multiple pages on one screen. And this is also very easy. I have here a global seconds pane, so I can just enable it, flexible column layout, and then I get an information in form of with some icons which show me what options I have. So I have to decide for the 2-column layout. So if I have only 2 pages, and I have to decide how it should work on 3 columns. So as we have basically 3 pages, we have a list report, an object page, and a second object page. I have basically to do the decision for both. I'm choosing the option that always the previous page should collapse to the left, so that we see the last page which was opened in full screen, or not in full screen, but in the most prominent space on the screen. Okay, I'm applying that by settings. It's updating the manifest, takes a moment, and we get the event, and the refresh is taking place. So, okay, you have to click go to get it populated, and nothing changed on list report, of course. But now if I'm clicking here, then I see flexible column layout. Flexible column layout is also a very good example for how beneficial Fiori Elements is, because it is a real complex routing and complex coding you need to have to make that work in all circumstances, with all the separate buttons and all the navigations, that everything is auto-expanded and accordingly collapsed again, and so on. So, and this coding, you do not need to program. You just get it for free because it's baked into the template. And the only thing what you have to do, you have to enable it. You can decide then about this option you have seen, but that's all, nothing more. You do not need to program it. It's free. So, and yeah, so there's again something else annoying in this app. So the annoying part is that every time I refresh my list report page, I have to click go again. So this is, yeah, because I would like to see the data right from the beginning. That's why I want to tweak that as well. So, and I can do that by using our page editor and clicking on the pencil icon of a page I want to edit. And now I can configure it. So I see an outline, which basically shows all the elements on the screen which I can change, or where I can do changes. So, and what I need to do is I would like to change the way how the data is loaded. So data load settings, and I want to set it to always. So that means now that every time the list report is opened, automatically it is populated with some data. So refresh is going, and you will see that I do not have to click go, so the data will come immediately. So yes, so this is then really demo ready now, because then I can right away go forward. So, and while I'm telling that, I will also show you a bit more about this editor here. So here's only one property, but if you look at all the other properties, for example, for the table, there's a lot more. And we have built in some help, so you get the information here when you hover over the icon. Then you see what it is about. You have the options, always three. You have the option to set it, or you have to leave it out. Then it's going using the default, which is baked in Fiori Elements. And now I would like to show you how this is technically made. So this is what Caroline said about the JSON files. So because this is only a front end on a more low-level way how to do that, you can also do that all with JSON configuration files. So if I'm clicking here, then I'm navigated to a file which you see on the lower left in our application modeler pane. And we are opened now one of the pages JSONs. So, and this JSON file basically contains all the settings you have made in a very easy way. And you have always also available the tooltips, and you have an LSP support. That means you can always press Control Space to get which options are additionally available. This is especially beneficial because in Fiori Elements, you tweak pages in two ways. There could be manifest settings, but there could also be changes, flexibility changes. So both basically can be done here via this JSON files or with our rich page editor. So you can choose whether you are faster typing something or whether you want to click and search for. But these files are not persisted. So they are not part of your project. They are virtually. That means they will always be rebuilt on the basis of the truth. And the truth will still be the manifest or the changes or the annotations in your project. So these are only virtual. See it as a kind of low-level interface. And this is also the principle how we build that tooling. So we have the truth, which is basically the web app structure, the web app folder and the information there. Then we have built a low-level interface based on JSON configuration files, which is easier most times as the real files in the web app project. And then on top of those JSON files, we are building our rich tool set for the more casual user, so that you always can choose which kind of way you want to use to change your apps. So we have done everything here on the application modeler. back to you, Caroline, for the next part. I'm stopping presenting and I'm looking at the questions now. So let's have a look.
Great. Apologies, hold on. Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Oh, hold on.
But we could hear you.
Okay. Great. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Great. Okay, so we've just finished with the application modeler tool. Now we have the guided development tool, which gives instant help and code snippets. So what guided help does, it helps you implement additional functionality into your SAP Fiori Element application with minimal coding. So once you've generated your app, you have a wide variety of features to the standard SAP Fiori Elements page types. So for example, you can add columns to a table, add filters, make sure the table goes from a single to a multi-select rows. And guided help provides you basically a list of guides to find what you need. So there's a lot of knowledge that we may not know. For example, how do I add an export button to my application? Something that could be quite straightforward. It's sometimes very difficult to find that information, where guided help provides you not only how to do that, but code snippets to apply to your project, to your application. So when you open Guided Develop extension, you'll see a list of all the ways you can enhance your app. So each guide gives a brief description and maybe the associated annotation terms that you need, for example, to display a filter. It provides the steps you need to follow in order to implement that functionality. And it also gives you maybe an image on and shows how your changes will look. So it's a very neat and helpful tool when you're new to developing SAP Fiori Element applications. So it's giving you instant help and code snippets, so you're not searching through trawls of documentation how to figure out how to do something simple like add an export button. So yeah, back over to Christoph, and I can share with you.
Thanks, Caroline. Good. Sharing again. Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Okay, maybe this shows me some problems. Okay, I will try again.
That's okay. Take your time. We are in very friendly environment.
Okay. Yeah.
Even the questions might be difficult, but we are really trying to understand the tool, and we are so thankful to you to having this presentation at this level of the details. That's a real deep dive. And it's connecting to Bo's presentation from Ras and from Irina and Christoph as well. It's kind of creating for us the overall view, what we could do.
Thanks. Good. Now you should be able to see my screen, right?
Yes, we could see.
Okay, good. So I'm picking up where I left in the last demo. So I said we have a layering. So we have a low-level interface. So we have the data in the project, manifest, changes, annotations. We have a first low-level interface with JSON file configuration. Then the next step is application modeler configuration, where you basically have to know which is a property you want to change. But if you don't know, if you have no clue how to do something, then there's the next level of support. And the next level of support is the guided development. And you can start it for an app, and then you get guides. So basically, a guide is a description, is a part documentation. It also gives links to the help documentation, and tells you in really detailed steps how do you do a certain task. So that is task-based. So if you want to do something specific, then look for it here with a search. And then you will see a guide, and this guide will guide you through without much prior knowledge. Of course, you have to have some idea of development of an app, but you do not need to know the syntax or the concrete steps. So we have already a lot of guides available, and this is growing over the time. And there is already also an option, request new guide, so you can always put in ideas for new guides. We should consider including into the guided help. So this is a very good symbiosis between documentation and a wizard-like approach of creating things. So, and yeah, so I would like to do the example mentioned by Caroline quickly here, because it's very easy to see. So I would like to download, I think download. Yep, where is the, I have always to look a bit. So maybe the search can be improved a bit. That's why I'm switching to another grouping. So I'm now grouping to the changing the grouping to the application artifacts, because I know it's a flex change. Table export would be the right word. Maybe we have to enhance it by some text so that you can find it, because I was looking for download, but actually it's export. Okay, we have now our export to Excel, and it's a flex change. So reading. Okay, I see a picture. Okay, it will add this button here. Okay, first step. First step is I have to choose on which page I do want to have that. Yes, I want to have it here on my list report. Okay, fine. And then I get a code snippet, and that's it basically. So I can now copy it and put it manually in one of the configuration files, or I can just apply it. And if I click on apply, then it's moved over to my file directly. Yeah, automatically inserted. And the only thing I have to do is saving. Save the file. This is my configuration file for this page. And then the auto refresh does the work. Again, about this virtual interface files here with this JSON configurations, this also helps us internally in the tool suite, because with that files, we can basically abstract from the specifics of the structure of the app. So we could compose those files identically or based from with the same methodology for all types of projects, OBP, ALP, list about object page, OData v2, OData v4, CAP related or ABAP. So we could compose it always the same. So that means our tools, which are using this as an interface, can always be the same, have only a stable API. And under the hood, then this is automatically synchronized with the concrete syntax of the app artifacts. Yeah, and as I said, it's virtual, so it will be automatically refreshed whenever you change something. So you do not need to worry about some asynchronity or some synchronization problems. Good. Okay. In the meantime, it has refreshed, and thanks to our change before, it's auto-populated with data, and I have my button here. So this is the way. And yeah, please look at that, explore the different options. There are a lot of things also for annotations and for the different page types. Explore it, try it out, play with it, submit ideas. Okay, that's it for the guided development. Back to you, Caroline.
Great. Okay, so next Christoph is going to show you the service modeler. So this is another extension that's available in the SAP Fiori Tools suite. What the service modeler does, it provides you a way to visualize your OData metadata files and the annotations in your app. So it shows you all the projections available in your service, along with the local and backend annotations associated with your projection. It also provides you details on the annotations and descriptions of what they do. A lot of people still are not familiar a lot with the annotations that are required for Fiori Elements. And you can copy your backend annotations into a local annotation file and modify these annotations as you need for your app. For example, adding a column and things like that. The service modeler lets you change also the annotation hierarchy. So there is with our OData applications, we have a hierarchy system in regards to our annotations. So our local annotations would override our back-end annotations. So the service model allows you to change the hierarchy or select the files that you want to be applied to your app. And you can also drill down and then see code snippets of your annotations and edit them. So it's a simple tool in order for you to visualize your service and also the annotations associated to the entities in your service so that you can modify these annotations and get them to appear as you want in your application. So back to you, Christoph.
Thanks, Caroline. So before I'm sharing again, I would like to pick one question here in the chat about the extensibility or about when to use the Fiori Elements framework. So the Fiori Elements framework, of course, has those principal pages you have seen in Caroline's approach with list report style, object page style, analytical list page style, OVP style. But you can configure it. And you can also extend it. So that means you can mix basically freestyle elements into it by still leveraging all the benefits like the automatic navigation and the lifecycle handling, safe contract to the backend and all these things. So you have a lot of options to create extensions on several levels. You can create custom columns, custom sections, even custom pages, and embed own controls, own stuff. So the only thing where I would say it becomes more complex to do it with Fiori Elements is if you have a very complex BO structure. So where you have real big tree of things, or where you have to mix different kinds of objects, or even have multiple draft entities in one in one business object structure. So if it really becomes very complex from the business object perspective, then maybe it would be more wise to look for a freestyle application. But in most other cases, I would still fully recommend to start with Fiori Elements, try it out, and see how far you come with the extension capabilities. There's a lot of options. So extension capability is also something we are planning to integrate more into the tool suite. So there, stay tuned. There will be some wizards and some guides and additional tooling around extensions in the future. Okay, with that, I'm sharing again, and I show you now the service model and the annotation part, because without annotations, of course, the nice picture here will not be available, because everything what you see here on the screen, you do not have to program the UI, but you still have to describe that there should be a table with this kind of columns and with this kind of visualization. So this is all done with annotations. So, but before you can do that, it's also important to have an idea about the structure of the service. And you start with the service modeler and start here with the metadata XML. And here you have the option to start the service modeler, which gives you an overview about the existing entity sets. So these are all entity sets of that service. And you can see it in list form. List form is good to have an overview, but if you want to have some idea about the connection, you can also use other visualization. So for this service, it's a bit difficult actually to display because it has so many entity sets. So that's why, yeah, you can play around also with that, with coloring and different ways. But for now, I will prefer now the list mode. And what you also see is here this add symbol, and this add symbol means that there are already annotations defined for this particular entity set. So, and yeah, so let's think about what we want to do. So I would like to add another column to that table. So, and the first thing is I have to pick the entity set which is populating the table. I know that this is a product type, and I can open it here, and then I see now I have to make it a bit bigger because the space is not enough. So, okay. And on the right side, you see the details about this entity set. So, which are the properties? Yeah, which are the key properties, and where are the annotations? Good. And I'm clicking here to have an overview about the annotations at a glance. So now I can see where they are coming from. This is also important because annotations can be stacked, and the order is important because on a term level, annotations on a higher level, override annotations on a lower level. So that means I need to know in which level, on which level a certain annotation is actually defined. So I can see this here, annotation hierarchy. Here, and I see that the backend annotation comes here as a second, and it is overwritten by the local annotation file. Currently, the local annotation file is empty, so it doesn't do any harm, basically. So everything which is coming from the backend is used for rendering the screen. Okay. So, but I would like to add a new column. So that means I have to take ownership about the line item annotation, which is defining the table. And for this, I have to find it first. Here's our UI line item annotation for the product type. So what I'm doing is now I copy it for me so that I get a local copy. And you remember the order was that way, that the local annotation always supersedes the backend annotation. So that means now the line item annotation, which is defined here in the local annotations, get precedence over that from the backend. So I'm able to override it here. You also see it, by the way, because it is refreshing. Refreshing means something changed in the project. So the annotation file was changed. Okay, so here I have now the annotation file. So I think we can close the service model and can go right away to the annotations. So, okay, this is now a bit cryptic, of course, but there's a lot of help inbuilt with language support. So I have to scroll down here to the end, and I would like to add a new data field annotation with a new field. So, and here, as somebody who's not so familiar with the syntax, I can always press Control or Command Space, depending on the system, and get a nice selection. I would like to add a data field annotation. Everything will be inserted automatically. You get the brackets and you get everything what you need. So it's a value property, and I have now again Control Space, and I would like to base it on a path because I do not want to have a fixed value. This doesn't make so much sense. I would like to have it coming from the service, and now I have to choose a property. So, and I would like to add the weight of the product. Okay, good. So, okay, what do we need? We need a label. Okay, so return label. Okay, a label, and yeah, okay. Yeah, my weight. Okay, good. Save it. And let's wait a second until it's refreshed. Going here. And we have my weight added here. Nice. But are we done? No, we are not done because we did something wrong. So you see it is marked, and we have this light bulb here. And what does this light bulb say? This light bulb says generate a text key my weight in i18n property file and substitute my weight by a key. Because what I did is I put it as string in something which has to be delivered, which is not a good idea because then it cannot be translated. So in order to have that in different languages, depending on the user, we need to create an i18n property. So, and I click on that, and it does it automatically for me. Perfect. So, and I even can peek into it. So I can look here, peek definition, and then it's automatically navigating it to the i18n property file containing the new definition. And of course, I can change it here, my new weight, for example, and save it. Sorry, I clicked on the wrong. So let's wait for the update. So the key is the same. I just changed it here in the i18n. So after, yeah, my new weight. So will now be basically the English text or the default text fallback. And I now can hand over this i18n property file to all my translators to get it in all the supported languages. Okay. That's for annotations and for service modeler. Back to you, Caroline.
Great. Okay. So Christoph went through the annotation LSB with you there, and you can see the benefits of that, especially if you're not familiar with annotations, how that code completion can really help you in building up the annotations that you require. But I just want to summarize our session today, and I think there's 3 things that we want you to take away from this presentation. And the first is that SAP Fiori Elements and the tools really or greatly accelerate and simplify app development. So you're as I mentioned before, you're getting a consistent look and feel. You're getting out of the UI logic out of the box. So you're greatly accelerating app development when you use Fiori Elements over, say, a freestyle application. It's really speeding it up. Not only that, secondly, it enforces US consistency. So every app you're building with this framework will look and behave the same. So users will require less training, as all the controls are in the same place, regardless of whether you're building, say, an application for purchasing materials, or looking up a catalog entry, or perhaps requesting time off. The consistency, the UX consistency through your applications will be the same, especially if you're developing them at large scale. You have your filter, you know where your export buttons are, your navigation is always the same. It's the consistency that it's providing you, which will greatly benefit you as well, compared to, say, a freestyle application where you can place things in different locations. There's not a consistency, and it's also providing you with abiding by the Fiori design guidelines. So this is another thing that you're getting from Fiori Elements. And also we found that around 80% of our apps we create at SAP can use Fiori Elements formats. So if we can do it, I encourage you to look at these 2 solutions as you plan and are planning to build more applications or more Fiori apps, as these technologies will support what you need. And one thing also to remember is the enterprise readiness that comes. For example, if you have to do upgrades or maintain or support, it is so much easier when you're using Fiori Elements as opposed to freestyle applications, because you're using the same thing. So updates and maintenance are much easier after that. So yeah, I think those 3 points: speeds up development, you get UX consistency, and the elements, for example, the templates we're providing will cover at least 80% of the development scenarios needed. And I think that's it. Oh yeah, just before we go on, because some of you may not have heard of Fiori Elements before, or our tools. So if you're looking for more information, we have a community topic page, which can be reached via SAP Fiori Elements is, I suppose, the single source of information about Fiori Elements, and it has links to articles, blogs, videos, training materials, everything that you need to start your journey on learning about Fiori Elements. Yeah, and I think that's it today. And I guess if there's any questions, we can take them.
We had a few questions in chat, but I believe they've been answered.
Okay.
I really appreciate for your presentation and another angle to additional tools, and especially for some points that we could propose to our customers. So your users, it's actually us, the developers, right? It's not end users that probably will be not comfortable with using those tools. Am I correct? So I'm not sure that it's possible to provide it to the end user and consumer, let's say. From your experience,
Yeah.
the audience is us, the developers.
Yeah, so these are tools for developers basically building Fiori element applications. So while yes, it's you will have noticed Christoph didn't have to actually write or implement that much code behind the scenes. They are tools for developers to make their work more effective and efficient and get applications out the door, I suppose, quickly and in the hands of customers sooner, because there's less time spent on developing applications.
So we have a question from Gabi to position the tool. So if you could just.
So it's Fiori Elements, SAP Fiori Elements and SAP Fiori Tools are a tool suite directed at developers implementing a Fiori application, developing Fiori applications. It is not a tool for end users of the application. It is simply how to get your applications, your Fiori applications out the door quicker, more easily, more smoothly, and by providing your Fiori, by developing a Fiori element application, you're getting many benefits, like I mentioned before, like UX consistency. You're not wasting time doing UI logic. You can focus on what's the important stuff, which is the back-end logic that's required for your applications. You're getting, you're accelerating development, and you're also getting enterprise readiness. So when you have to support and maintain your applications, those updates are easier as you're using a set Fiori element I suppose, technology to do it. So it's not a prototyping tool, just to clarify. It's not for a PO or a designer designing an app. It is for developers implementing Fiori element applications.
So the question was, can we use Fiori tool in Web IDE, or we need to use it in Business Application Studio? And the answer is it's Application Studio Plus VSC Code.
Visual Studio Code, yeah. So it's Visual Studio Code. It's available as a, so it basically